All set. Relax. We got it. Okay. Relax. Like fine. What were you saying? Members present. So I'm going to go ahead and say you can start. For tonight's meeting to order at 6:11, and Ellie's present, and Mary Ellen Ledway, Sharon Brown, and Carpio. And I see what are you saying? And start with the pledge of allegiance. And the pledge today. Members present. So I'm going to go ahead and say you can get for tonight's meeting to order at 6:11, and Ellie's present, Ledway, Sharon Brown, Carpio, one nation. And what are you saying? And we're going to start with the pledge of allegiance. And the pledge today. Try that again.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Spotlight. Oh, he's here. And thanks as always to our young scholars for leading us in the pledge. That takes us to tonight's spotlight, and then remotely by Dr. Rizzi.
Good evening, everyone. This evening, the Board of Ed spotlights Wolf Pit Integrated Art School custodian, Mr. Selvin Maldonado, who acted quickly to save the life of a student who was choking. Mr. Maldonado has been a custodian at Wolf Pit for the last 2 years, known as Mr. Fix-It. Selvin inspires those around him with a greeting and warm smile. He's always ready to lend a hand, shows patience, and takes pride in his work in every way, no matter how large or small the task is. When it snows or is icy, Selvin is up and ready at 4 a.m., making sure all walkways, steps, and pathways are safe for students and staff. When classrooms need to be prepared for social distancing due to COVID, Selvin was there ensuring that students had a safe environment in which to learn. A dedicated member of the Wolf Pit team, Selvin is always prepared to help, which is exactly what he did on a seemingly average day in the lunchroom. Amongst the hustle and bustle of the cafeteria, Selvin noticed that a child appeared to be having difficulty breathing due to choking. He sprung into action, performing the Heimlich maneuver, and delivered the student to the nurse's care within moments. As we all know, during these incidents, every second counts. Even in this high-stress moment, Selvin was able to rely on his first aid training and respond immediately. The Wolf Pit community and the Norwood Board of Ed are thankful to Mr. Maldonado's attention to detail, quick thinking, and caring nature. We would like to honor and recognize him for his courage and his swift response, which saved the precious life of a child. We are very lucky to have Selvin as part of the NPS team.
Here with us tonight. We are so appreciative and grateful for your quick thinking, your commitment, your passion for our students, and we are inspired to award you the Certificate of Excellence on behalf of the Board of Education.
For the second part of my spotlight, I wanted to continue recognizing exceptional college seniors here in Norwood. As part of our ongoing focus on student achievement at Norwalk Public Schools, the Norwalk Board of Ed is proud to recognize graduating seniors who will continue their education at a variety of higher learning institutions across the country. As representatives of the class of 2022, these students have been active leaders in their school communities and have earned the respect of their teachers and peers. Norwalk Public Schools Board of Ed, HBCU and out-of-state highlights and recognitions are the following students. Gael Lewis Charles, who is a high school senior that attends Brian McMahon High School. She's excited to spread her wings in the Washington, D.C. area as she prepares to attend Howard University in the fall. Congratulations. Elise Bostic currently attends Brian McMahon High School and is excited to start her matriculation at Delaware State University this fall. Congratulations. Nyla Mullins currently attends Brian McMahon High School and is excited to travel to Georgia to start her journey at Spelman College. Congratulations, Nyla. Amir Mullins is a senior at Brian McMahon High School and is looking forward to his new educational chapter at Clark Atlanta University in Georgia. Congratulations, Amir. Jacob Adams Goldstein is a senior at Norwalk High School. He will be continuing his educational journey at the University of Maryland in the fall. Congratulations, Jacob. Vandin Jignesh Patel is a senior at Norwalk High School. He looks forward to continuing his education at the University of Maryland as well this fall. Congratulations, Vandin. Nyla Battle is a senior at Norwalk High School and is looking forward to attending Clark Atlanta University located in Georgia. She's excited to major in psychology and lives by this quote: "Don't let anyone tell you the ending of your story. Only you can write the last chapter." Congratulations, Nyla. And that concludes the list of seniors we will be highlighting tonight.
Thank you, Godfrey, and congrats again to, testing. Okay. Thank you, Godfrey, and congrats again to our scholars. As a proud HBCU graduate myself, I can attest to the amazing experience that they're in for the next 4 or so years. Okay, moving on to the next item in our agenda, we have the opportunity for public comment. If there's any member of the public who wishes to make a comment, you are welcome to do so for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mary Gordon, Dyma Avenue, Norwood Federation of Teachers. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. It's nice to be here in person. We want to start with thanking everyone who worked so hard on the budgets. It was a complex season. It went late. We have new people and some new challenges with this budget this year, so we thank for all the hard work. It is resulting in some late notification of assignments, but those assignments are being notified through some very complex work on the part of human resources staff, and they're doing an excellent job with collaborating, communicating, gathering information in a very efficient way. So it's late, but it's being done in an appropriate way. We appreciate that too. We have surveyed our teachers as a follow-up to the October survey last year, which I brought to the attention of the board. And although some things improved over the course of the school year, many more teachers report that they think that they will be able to muddle through the new strategies and resources that they're expected to use, they expect to be able to figure things out eventually. So we're making progress with some of the dis-ease with the new, with all of the changes of curriculum at the beginning of the year. We also, our teachers surveyed also reported that at least some of the professional learning has been useful this year. A few points of excellence in PD, and that reflects the hard work of the curriculum staff. They're appreciating more of this curriculum, of the PD work that was that they were able to engage in this year. On a different note, many more teachers are reporting that this district, they disagree with the statement. Fully 75% of the teachers who reported to the survey disagreed that the district cares about retaining capable employees. That's very troubling to me. There are other results that I'll be able to share at another time. I just wanted to give you a quick look at it. There are some troubling things happening in the district. They do not, many teachers report that they feel replaceable, that they're being treated in that way. They continue to feel overwhelmed, that there's a disconnect between the expectations of the work that is possible and the actual work that is possible. It's too much for many people, and they're leaving for that reason, they're citing that reason. So thank you for the work you do, appreciative of the service that you're providing to our students.
Thank you, Mary, and I think for the record, Mary Orton of Norwood. Any other members of the public who wish to comment tonight? Are there any members online? Members online that would like to comment, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment for tonight and move on to the superintendent's report. I have to introduce our superintendent, Dr. Estrella.
Thank you. Do I need to move this?
No, I think it should be fine.
So, thank you, Chairman Austin. There was a number of things that we want to bring to the board's attention this evening, because we've had quite dense agendas in the past few months. We've tried to kind of scaffold these elements, but it's still an absorbent amount of information that we still have to present to the year as we continue to plan the work over the summer for the upcoming school year. So one of the things, as you know, that we engaged in earlier this year was a communication audit that we were hoping to present earlier this year, but because of the number of items in the agenda, we needed to June. So we have a consultant here today that supported us through that process, Ms. Bates, and she's going to share with you the findings of the communication audit. I think it comes in a perfect time because as we continue to refine and realign the department and search for personnel, we want to make sure that individuals that we're seeking to fill these vacancies are individuals that are in alignment with the findings of the study. Ms. Bates has also reviewed some of the job descriptions in alignment with the findings that came out of the efficiency study in terms of how we need to organize the communications department, and provided us some meaningful insight in terms of the descriptors that should be included as part of the job description and search. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Bates to speak to the findings.
Thank you. Are we gonna, is it up on your screen there, or am I gonna try to share my screen?
Sure.
The screen there.
Yeah, Erica, just give us 1 second and it'll come.
Okay. Perfect. Terrific. So I know that this, you have a full agenda, I've been told, so I'm going to move kind of briskly through this. I did this back in March, or, conducted it over a couple of months with the delivering it back to the district in March. First up is just a little bit of background. Obviously, their audiences, their primary audiences and secondary audiences. The second, primary audiences you'll see here are sort of clear. The secondary, you could kind of think of as people who are invested. These are people who are going to naturally tune in and seek out information. Next slide. I did conduct interviews with every single member of the Board of Ed. This is a chart. I believe you guys also have a handout of all of this, so you can digest it a little. Looking at similarities in the interviews. A lot of these findings you will see reflected later as to why perhaps these things were said by so many people during the interviews. Next slide. Okay, so now I'm going to go into a little bit of what are your communications tools. The next slide, please. So when you think about communications tools, you can think of it in sort of two ways. What you can put out, what you can control in the messages versus what's interactive and what you're going to get feedback on. So your controlled ways to communicate are newsletters, email, press release, website, all of those things you create the language, you put it out when you want, how you want. Interactive is things like social media and influencers, which you can't control what they may say back, when somebody may post something. Those are interactive, and that is sort of an evolution of the communications role from 30 years ago when that didn't exist, as you could write into a newspaper and that was really your only tool. Different people prefer different methods of communications, which makes communications complicated. One person may love newsletters or emails, one person may get all of their information off a website, and one person may think the world revolves around Facebook. And that is a challenge of communications, the varying ways to get information, different groups. And people have different levels of trust in each of these. Okay, next slide. So some overall observations, you can just go through this. So you have a lot of written tools, the district. There are things that are out of date that are posted, and this is from March when I did the overview, and so a lot of the screenshots are a little dated. That hurts the credibility, obviously, of the source. If the information is out of date, are you going to go back to get information there again? No, you're going to assume that it's out of date and not kept up. Next slide. The writing. This is a sample of a press release. So the lead of a press release is sort of, you try to grab somebody right up front. If you are trying to get somebody's attention, you introduce something with what you want them to say. This is an example of where the lead is buried a little bit down further in the document, so you might not see it. The next slide. Language. Consistently, there was a discussion about English being a second language for so many members of your community, which means we have to make the language very easy and very understandable, because otherwise you're automatically not speaking to everybody in your audience. Next. Artwork. Kids, there is nothing more personal to a parent than their child. So you have a wonderful opportunity to evoke emotion and to evoke this sort of relationship with the district. You should have, a leadership announcement should have a smiling, happy face. Who am I sending my child to? You want to have a trust, and that comes with headshots. Clip art is generally, that image versus those kids who gave the pledge, there's no comparison. I would take those kids giving the pledge any day over the clip art. Okay. Next slide. Then I went into a little bit of the newsletter and the email. This is on March 13th, I took these screenshots, and the link was to the most updated newsletter, which was the November newsletter. So that speaks to the credibility of things not being up to date. But if you also look at the newsletter, it is tremendously long, and you can see stylistically, even just pulling it into screenshots, it's busy, it's confusing, there's no pattern to it. A lot of these are date-oriented events, and not even all are related to the school specifically versus the community. Again, keeping in mind, who are we talking to? If English is a second language and I got all of this information, it's a lot. It's also not searchable if they are as images. You can't like search, oh, I remember reading about the Winter Festival. Let me Google that. If it's the holiday breakfast, that's not searchable as an image, the words on it. Next slide. So newsletter, a lot of schools, and I tried to grab some from schools around Westchester that I had interaction with, have gone over to streamlining. There's so many ways to communicate, as we talked about, so streamline it. A lot of them have gone over to, I'm going to send you an email and it's going to link back to the website, and I'm going to have a letter, and then it's going to link back for everything, so you don't have to keep recreating the same information in 4, 5, 6. Next slide. So now the website. The website, there's no journey. When you arrive on the website, there a lot of the information is very time oriented. Dates. This is when you need to do this, is when you need to do that. A lot of the information, if you look at the Norwood Public School page, if I'm a parent in the district, I am only going there for very specific things, but I don't want the bus schedule for every bus in the district. I only want my child's bus schedule. A lot of that sort of information can actually live in the parent portal, which is more customized for that parent. If you look at, for example, the third image is a drop down, is a screenshot of one of the drop down menus. Again, if English, I mean, even with English as a first language, that is an incredible drop-down menu of information. It's sort of like an overwhelming amount of, I don't even know where to click. So next slide, please. This is an example. When you go to the website, there is a lot of real estate really taken up just by this logo, which again, it's not warm, it's not emotion, it's not children, it's not learning. Again, you can use visual cues to help people understand where they might want to navigate to. And you also always have to think about the mobile experience, because a tremendous number of people do virtually everything on their phone. As we all know, as we probably have our phone sitting next to us. Next slide, please. So when the website is a huge project, it is a huge thing to think about. So I put a few questions to always kind of come back to if you're going to revisit this. What are the most visited pages on your website? You can do that through Google Analytics. Will tell you where are people going, because that will sort of tell you what people are using the website for. Questions, if you think about what questions you're getting on the phone, that means we can't find the answer on the website. People are less likely to call versus Google, just because the whole time it's a pain in the neck, you got to find the number. And then the home page can't be for everyone. This is not a home page that everybody has everything they ever need. Some things will require emails or further outreach. So next slide. So the website, I would suggest you do an overall audit to figure out what people are using it for, develop a strategy of what you want people using it for, and also develop within that, is it working? So it's called KPIs, key performance indicators. So we want people going to this page. In 3 months from now, we are going to look at the Google Analytics now, and we're going to look at it later. Is this working? Constantly checking of what are you laying out, is it working? Rebrand the district site. So it's serious, child-centered, academic, not clip art, it's warm, you know what you're going there for. Create a journey, focus on the mission, use more visuals, videos. Keep going, so we've got more slides. I know it's a tight agenda. So if we could go to the next slide, I'm going into social media. Social media is ever-changing and a little bit frustrating, because there isn't like an announcement that generally gets made by Instagram or Facebook that they're changing things. There is a value though in these platforms because people use them. It is a lot easier to post an announcement on Facebook. Anybody can do it. They can do it from their phone than it is to go read a website for an announcement that needs to get out immediately. There's a translation feature built in, which is super helpful in terms for a district if you have lots of different language speakers. Looking at the current Facebook, there are a lot of like weather and delay announcements, given I did this analysis over the winter months, but that was like the majority of the content. People look for quick updates. Instagram is very, very visual. It's a visual platform. People are scrolling for an image. So you really, to operate it correctly, you really need to operate in the rules of the platform, and that is Instagram more so than anything else. Next slide, please. So my recommendation would be to identify goals for each of these and create a content calendar. You can get lost in social media because it is 3 active and changing and reactive sites that somebody needs to be watching and paying attention to. And I personally find the easiest way to do this, and it's what most companies and most big brands and people do who have something to manage, is you do a content calendar. So you have a little bit of a roadmap of what we're going to do, and is it matching the messages that we want to constantly be delivering as a district? And it's sort of a way to check back. Obviously, you should have comments and be monitoring the comments and interacting. It's designed to be an interactive tool. That's the whole point of it. And then once these pieces are in place and it's functioning and you're liking it and you feel like you are able to manage it, then try to get more people there, because it is a really nice platform if used correctly to interact and have a very personal touch with parents, teachers, what have you. Next slide. So Instagram, I don't know that the district would necessarily need an Instagram. Schools could definitely do it. And I know that there are a lot of teachers who actually do set up Instagram accounts that are closed for only classrooms. And it's because they're showing parents what's actually happening, which is a great use of Instagram. Because it does create a very strong parent-teacher, particularly in the elementary ages, relationship where parents really feel involved in the education. Next slide, please. So some overall efficiencies. Communications messages are a wonderful way, not district messages, communication messages, because not every district message necessarily has an overlap. It's a great way to look at every press release, every email, everything. Am I delivering the same message that I am trying to get out? You should outline those, and it's a great fact check to go back to, because you have a huge district with more news than you could possibly ever tell. So you should pick the news that is supporting what you are overall trying to demonstrate. Media and influencers. Influencers are not just, the word was born in Instagram land, and it was thought of as an Instagram person who has a lot of followers. Influencer, the term though, has become much broader to anybody who is seen as sort of a leader, to put it in old-fashioned terms that I like. People who have other people come to them. It could be somebody in the town, it could be an elected official, it could be a media, it could be a media person who isn't necessarily reporting, but has a huge following on Twitter or somewhere else. So those people, we should have regular communications and a real back and forth. A calendar, this will help with social, it will help with press releases, it will drive into, obviously school works on a very strict calendar, that's how it operates. And then social media. I think you probably have a lot of social media happening that is outstanding. And so somebody really trying to streamline the whole social media process and positives, negatives, create a photo library where people can drive in and grab things that are already approved. You're not relying on PDFs and clip art. And then the last slide is sort of what you traditionally get in a communications audit. On the next slide, it's called a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Other way, sorry. There you go. And so this is what you traditionally get back. So the strengths, you have a positive tone, you have credibility, you have a lot of tools that exist already, you have trusted influencers, and you have more positive stories. I mean, tons and tons of positive stories. Your weaknesses are integrating the messages into the communications, there are so many communications channels, it's hard to keep them all up. And people don't know where to go. What's the most updated? Which is the one that I should go to for my information? If I have 12 choices, it's too many choices. Better social media management working under the industry practices, and the website is just there's a lot there. It needs to be streamlined from the schools and the district level. Opportunities, you have a lot of achievements. You have a growing market in Connecticut. It's a growing school district in a growing area. And you have touch points already to deliver messages to your primary audiences. Threats, which are things that you constantly need to think about, are language, social media use, lack of comments. And then, of course, we can't have a conversation about anything without saying COVID, unfortunately, which we don't know where that will go. So that is the overall presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, or you have a busy agenda, so I tried to move quickly.
Thank you so much, Erica. You really went through that very efficiently. So, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues to see if anybody had any questions or feedback.
So I would ask, I believe that the schools do have their control over their own social media, correct? So I don't know, did she meet with staff about that? I mean, unless I'm getting that wrong. I thought that the school district has their own, obviously. There's a main page, but then the schools have their own social media accounts and people who oversee them, correct? And that presentation seemed to not suggest that.
I was,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I looked at the Norwalk Public School overall, the district site. The schools each have a platform, and I cannot remember the Gabbard, I believe, Gabbard. And so they have a template. I believe they have some social media people within each school, but my understanding from staff was that they actually went to schools to collect images and would literally drive to schools to collect. If there was an event happening, they would go cover to collect images as well.
So this year was the first time where we were, we had all the schools establish Facebook and Twitter accounts.
Right, that's what I thought.
So they are in the primitive stages of development. One of the conversations that we had with the digital learning department is really having our digital instructional coaches supporting the schools in building their accounts so that they can celebrate best practices in the school, as well as celebrate events and activities that highlight the essential features of every single of the different themes and areas of focus within the schools.
Okay.
But that's in development.
So it's in development, right? I knew there was something, because I remember seeing something in our packet or a presentation about that.
And we use, if I'm not mistaken, Rob, correct me, Hootsuite.
Hootsuite to be able to look at management and kind of just start
I
tracking
thought so, but I
data.
remember seeing that.
So we get to see at the district level all of the schools and the activity. One of the things that we know is an area of growth is really getting schools on a regular basis to upload information regarding events at the school, also just highlighting and celebrating the great things that are happening across the district.
Right, currently the schools have them. And there was another chart I had done that I could provide to Dr. Estrella to share. The accounts were not getting regularly updated. Gabbard was actually feeding the social for the schools to the home pages of some of the schools, but there might be 2 posts for the entire year. So I don't know if somebody was designated to keep them updated, but it's better to not have it on the homepage than to have it not updated on the homepage. So I think it is a big task to stay on top of, which is one reason why a content calendar is useful, is because you can plot out concerts and events and homecomings and things that you can share some of the content, which creates an efficiency.
Erica?
Yeah.
I'm interested in the content calendar. Could you explain how that works and what it's really about?
It's sort of a very simple concept that we all can understand. And you do it in different, some people do it in Excel, some people do it in Word. You literally create a calendar of every day and you plot out things, spring breaks, holidays, homecoming, school district events. And then you add in other stuff. And that would drive, so there's a certain amount that exists that you have to talk about. Then you look at what your messages are. I want to be talking about college. I want to be talking about whatever the messages are that are decided upon as the communication messages that you want to constantly reinforce. And you think, am I hitting this every month? And what's an example of it? We're doing a science fair. That speaks to our science program. We definitely want to highlight that. That's happening November 11th. Plug that in on the calendar. Make sure that on November 11th, we're getting images of that. And because the days are busy, things happen. You have a lot of schools and there's a lot that could happen in any given day. I understand that. So if you have a calendar though, it's a nice way. Every Monday you go, oh, don't forget, Thursday, we need to go get a picture of X or Y, or we need to acknowledge X or Y.
So are you saying this is a kind of universal calendar for the entire district, the school district? And does every leader, for example, every principal, including the superintendent, have access to it?
Yes, I would make it a shared document that the district owns. Schools should have their own, because what's happening at one school will be specific to that school. There will be some items that are at a district level where you have an efficiency, where it might be something that every school would want to then share, because it's just such a great item from the whole school district would share it. But yes, it's something that people should look at and constantly be thinking, just like you read the newspaper, what makes social media engaging is it's sort of like news. And you want it to be relevant and you want it to be current and you want it to, why would I look at it? If you look at your own feeds, if you're on social media tonight, you will probably stop at things that are sort of like news, like a friend saying, here's where my kid's going to college. Here is my anniversary. Those are sort of news items. Other than, somebody just posting a sunset, you may scroll by going, whatever, it's a sunset. This is not interesting news.
Erica, one quick question. You did include a couple of screenshots from, I don't know which district in Westchester when you were talking about the newsletters.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, is there a district either nearby or anywhere in the country that you might identify as best practice when it comes to district communications?
I did not dive into sort of a general, really diving into that specifically. I have children who are in the Westchester school district, and I am a fan of their communication system. I initially was not. But they have developed a very specific way that they handle every single sort of age group. So I have children in high school currently and one in middle school, but they obviously started at kindergarten and went all the way up. And the tools of communicating have evolved to now my high school, everything for high school is off of Twitter. You want to know anything at that high school, it's on Twitter, but they have buy-in from every administrator, every teacher. And so the teachers are all cross-supporting one another to help get news out. And it actually is super useful. And I really didn't want to be on Twitter as my news source, but it really works because it tells me a quick snapshot and then I go to the website. If it's relevant to me, I go to the website and I find out more. I have not done, though, a full study of all of school districts to find best practices, but from a professional level at sort of the district, a letter from the district that spells out some of the messages, the communication messages that you want to drive home to parents of the priorities of this district, and then linking back to the website, link back to where everything can live, because then it's more efficient. You don't have to put it here and there and there and there and there, but it just becomes unwieldy. And then all the letters can live in a Google Drive where all the parents can go in and review, go back, they're searchable. Very much like you do at work. Everything lives in a Google Drive. Everybody knows where to go back to reference it.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Yeah.
This is all great information, Erica, and I agree with you on so many points. As a parent of a student in Norwood Public Schools, that it's often very difficult to find the information that you're looking for. And so I appreciate everything that you have uncovered here. And to that, knowing that we do have, based on our efficiency studies, some changes coming to our communications team, I'm curious, Dr. Shreya, to know where would we take this analysis? Like, what's the next step with this?
So, like I mentioned earlier, we are right now hiring to fill the current vacancies that we have in alignment to the findings of the efficiency study. Ms. Bates has been working with us in aligning those job descriptions to be sure that they reflect the need in the district. Once these individuals are identified, then we will set up a time to meet with Ms. Bates to further elaborate on the study and develop a plan of action for the upcoming school year in terms of building the calendar, establishing and thinking about how we want to define new protocols. One of the pieces of recommendations provided was on the website, and I concur. I think that we could improve the way the website flows. One of the things that we want to establish is a committee that includes consumers, mainly our parents, to give us feedback about what's working well, what needs to further improve. Mr. Valencisi and I have had conversations about the current platform and looking at different templates that we could potentially use to improve the flow of information on the website, because it is cumbersome, and particularly one of the things that is a challenge, and I don't know if you guys have tried looking at the site on the phone, it is not app friendly. It becomes very challenging to navigate, and I've heard that feedback from many parents, including staff members, when they're trying to find information. Most people use their phone, and it's not that easily accessible. So we're going to be looking at potential templates that work well not only when you're using a computer or a laptop, but also that on the phone, the visibility and access is easy to move.
So the timing is somewhat immediate, or maybe
some of these things are immediate. Ms. Valencisi and I already started speaking with the company that we use for the website platform, and we're already having conversations about what some of those options could be. We want to wait to have the team on board to fully execute the next steps, because they're the ones that are going to be navigating and also navigating the tool. And we want to have some opportunities where we can get some feedback from the community, particularly like modeling the different potential templates that are available to see what people feel most comfortable with. Because there, and Ralph, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a number of different options.
Yes.
That we can choose from. We just want to make sure that whatever we select is the option that is most comfortable for the consumer. Just maybe our parents and staff and students.
Sounds good, that's exciting.
So we're excited about the work ahead and continue to refine, because even with the schools, most of the schools didn't have social media active, not even an account. And just like streamlining, I know that Ralph and the communications team did a really good job this year of making sure that every single school had an account, that we had every single school identified with a logo, like had a common nomenclature of how we were naming the different Facebook accounts, so that we had some level of like homogeneous approach in which we were tackling that, but also thinking about what were some of the features that we wanted to have consistently across all of our schools, and what are some of the things that we can unique based on the individuality of everybody. So it's primitive, but it's work in progress.
I'd just like to comment that it's such a healthy thing to have someone like Erica come, and you felt that it was difficult to navigate, but it's when you have someone like Erica to put it out there and give us a visual of what is just too much information. I just applaud that that we're going through this right now, because I think the whole country, we're always trying to get simpler and more direct to get information. And it seems like the message, fewer lines of communication, but clearer communications. So.
And easily accessible too, because for instance, the newsletter has an abundance of information, but how easy is it to get to that? Which is one of the things that we want to also streamline. And what does the consumer pay attention to, right? So most at least I like, give me the information in 30 seconds, because I have so much information I need to consume. So how do we create opportunities where information is flowing quickly, rapidly, and efficiently to our parents who live very busy lives, if students want to be informed? One of the things that didn't come up here, but Dr. McBride and I gathered that we want to also infuse next year is communication that is going out to parents at the high school level, also making sure that our students are receiving it. Because the feedback that we got from many of our students, even though there was a communication stream going to their parents, they weren't always receiving that information, and they felt disconnected about certain elements that were impacting them. So one of the things we spoke in the cabinet was making sure that not only will our parents receive certain communication, but especially at the high school level, because there's a level of maturity at that stage and independence, making sure that the students are also receiving the same.
And that's a great point.
Because we heard that overwhelmingly from our students that I was like, we did message that. And then the connection that we made was that, yes, we messaged it to the parent, but the students weren't receiving the same information.
Dr. Estrella, how about the opposite of, we have these programs that have the college courses, even though the students, they're minors, a lot of communication goes to the student, but not to the parent. Are we going to include communications from those students that are going to NCC?
So interestingly enough, I just came out of a meeting with the president of the chief of Norwood Community College, and we were talking about that. We also had Attorney Mooney as part of this conversation, particularly under looking at HERBA, talking about data sharing, and we talked about building a data sharing agreement moving forward to facilitate the flow of information. But most importantly, clarifying that minors under the age of 18, parents should have full access to their academic portfolio, and students over the age of 18 who are taxable dependents of the parents. Also, parents have the right to their portfolio as well. So we are in the process of building a process in which parents can maintain accurate and current information of how their students are progressing. That was a big topic of conversation today, and something that we are working to address, particularly those courses that are being taught within our public schools, specifically by our teachers who are adjuncts to the college, making sure that they are aware that they have to keep an active stream of communication with the parent. Which is something that I heard a number of times has been an area of concern, because the information is not always uploaded in PowerSchool until the end of the semester, because it tampers with the child's grade point average, so there are reasons why it's not done, but it doesn't preclude us from keeping families informed of the child's progress. It's something that we're working to shift.
It's great. I think there's definitely lots of work to do. I really appreciate Maryland's point that we're identifying the work, we're committing ourselves to doing it, and look forward to seeing it take fruition. So, and thank you, Erica, for your work, your audit of these systems.
No problem. Terrific.
Thank you, we'll be in touch.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. The second item, before we move in to the piece around the MLL collaborative review, as we continue to build and refine the family center and the personnel there, one of the things that I wanted to update the board on is that Francis Sias, the education administrator for multilingual learners, will be the chief administrator in charge of the family center, particularly because they already have members of the former multilingual learner welcome center on site, and it would help us well bridge the work that we have to do for our incoming MLLs, our students coming in with going into either general education or even receiving special education services. Ms. Sias is under the leadership of Rob Pennington, who also oversees special education, so it allows us to kind of umbrella all of the services that will be provided in terms of enrollment and registration, as well as any evaluation or supports that need to take place prior to a student entering our school system, while also continuing support throughout their educational career with us and offering workshops and information sessions for our families, so that one, they understand how to effectively navigate our complex system, but also they can tap into resources that go beyond our public schools into city resources. I think I've said this before, we've been working in collaboration with Lamont Daniels on the city side, really looking to partner with the navigators and other city agencies that provide services to our families, so that everything is nicely connected. We also will have Norwood Community Health Center joining us to provide the mobile clinic and facilitate the physical exams that we need to conduct in order to complete the registration process for our families. So they've been incredible partners. We also will further engage other local partners to help us support not only the element of completely physical, but also thinking about mental health services and how we can build those families for families. Any questions about that before I move into?
Yes, I have a question. First, I think it's wonderful, a mobile clinic coming to the family center. Is that going to be free for all of the students, or is it on a scale of some sort for 6th and 9th graders, whenever they?
It is my understanding that is at no charge to them.
Okay, so that would be kindergarten, 6th grade, 9th grade, when they have their required
So the focus of the clinic at this
visits.
time is for enrollment purposes and really supporting the physicals we need for children entering the system. I'm pretty sure we can further engage in conversations with the center if we have additional needs. But at this time,
This is
the main
amazing.
focus is
Really
for
good.
the physicals.
And do the physicals include vaccinations if needed?
If needed. So we're excited about that partnership, and also we we're talking about how we can further extend that with other community partners as well. Not just the mobile clinic. The mobile clinic, until we have an established clinic at the family center, becomes instrumental in providing that the wraparound services that we envision for the welcome center, for the family center. So the next item that I would like to further engage the board in, we had the opportunity to look at our multilingual program at the high school level. And look at those areas of celebration as well as areas that we can continue to enhance and improve practices by, one, determining what areas teachers need additional support in to best support students, but also what are some of the things that we can do to strengthen what's happening in the classroom so that our students can acquire the language at a rate that will allow them to transition into other coursework, but most importantly, that they continue to honor their native language and that there's a respect to the development of their native language as they also develop a second language, in this case, English.
And sorry, Dr. Strahan, just to, as a point of order, because this particular item was not noticed on the original agenda, I do think we need a majority vote to add it to tonight's subsequent report. So, I'm doing what I was told. So if there's a motion to add this MLL update to the superintendent's report, Diana, seconded by Janine, all in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Okay, and is that it? And we can do it.
So we had West Ed in collaboration with Dr. Walkie engage in this process alongside our educators. I know Dr. Case was instrumental in supporting these efforts with the school leaders. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Walkie, who will walk us through this experience and the findings and how these findings will help inform our work for the upcoming academic school year.
Thank you, Dr. Estrella. Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Loud and clear. Good. Thanks. Because I am really far away. I am in Lima right now. So it's wonderful to have the opportunity to meet with you in spite of the distance. And the purpose of my presentation, about which I am very excited, and I'm going to share a PowerPoint, is to talk about the collaborative review of the services provided to English learners in the two larger high schools, at Norwood High School and at McMahon. So I need to stop talking to be able to handle all of this. Being a person that was born quite a long time ago, it's not as easy for me to work with technology efficiently. But in any case, you, I think, have already received the full report. So the purpose of this presentation is to somehow outline and frame it for you and to make the reading of it easier, but also to initiate a conversation about the different components of the report. So I will start by talking very briefly about West Ed and the expertise we have to carry out this work, to then move into why the kind of review process that we engage in, why is it needed, why the investment of time, effort, and money, to then walk us through the most important features of the review process and the findings and of course, the recommendations. I also want to stress that while the review focused on the services provided multilingual learners, because the theoretical framing of the process builds on the latest theories about cognition, learning in general in the 21st century, the findings are actually equally applicable to students who speak English as a family language. So the review was set against a very dramatically changing context. First of all, the larger context of the demographics in the country, the economic, social, and political tensions that exist. And what it does is it signals a need to respond to these evolving societal demands and the need to produce citizens who are community, college, and career ready. In fact, although this is called the information age, we see that the ability of the common citizen to get information and then to filter it critically to make their own decisions is not where it should be. So this would be beneficial for absolutely everybody. But what is really important about the review is this third point, that what we proposed to Dr. Estrella was not for us, me and my team, to come to the high schools, observe, do things, review documents, talk to some people, and then hand the district a package review. Because what happens when you do these things is, and we used to do those kinds of reviews in the past, is that actually nobody recognizes themselves in them. People read and say, they actually did not come to these classes, they did not see that, they did not understand. And so instead, we took this review as a wonderful opportunity to begin to develop educator expertise at the two high schools by including them at the heart of the process of review that I will be unpacking in the next few slides. So the fact that this process happened as the pandemic was hitting schools at its highest and society as a whole, and that it was a successful process is really a tribute to Dr. Estrella, to Dr. Case, to the wonderful staff, and the dedicated teachers in the district. So the study has three phases. The first phase that happened in the fall of the year 2022 involves school leaders and administrators in learning about what we know about the process of learning, and especially about the process of learning rigorous content in a second language, through an academy that we focus on issues of equity and quality. The second phase went down to a subset of teachers at both schools. In fact, 34 teachers participated in professional learning. And the purpose was so that they would all develop a vision of what counts as offering English learners and all other students quality opportunities to learn. And as we did that, to offer them to prepare them for the collaborative review. The third phase, winter of 2022, we involved key leadership and a subset of teachers in a guided process of data collection and data analysis. So the collaborative review is absolutely important And why did it focus on quality opportunities in learning? Why did it focus on pedagogy? Because as you know, and in fact, it was already mentioned at the onset of this meeting, the number of students who speak English or who are learning English as a second language is growing, not just nationally, but it is growing also in Norwood. For example, this growth, unfortunately, is not totally successful and happy growth because 77% of students who are in high schools and are under the category of English learners are in fact what is called long-term English learners. That means that they have been in the category of, and the official category is English learners, they have been in that category for 6 or more years. And the surprising and rather sad fact is that many of these students are native born. In other words, they are American students. They were born in the United States. They have attended American schools from first grade on, and now they are in 9th grade, 8th grade, 7th grade, 10th grade, and they still are trapped in the category because their ability to use English academically in reading, in writing, in making oral presentations, in understanding the formulation of ideas by others and being able to respond to them critically are not where they should be. So this is, of course, an issue that we may call, as it is called in the report, educational malpractice. Because how can students sit day in and day out for years and not learn the language? So the review is precisely one very first solid step towards remediating and addressing that situation in different ways. But I wanted to show you that the situation in Norwood is no different than the situation around the country. What we are looking at now is a map of the United States and has the projections to the year 2030. How the white population in the country is going to change in the next 7 years. And where you see, if you look at the bottom of the slide, you will see the key to interpret the change. And where you see dark orange, then there is a decrease, a 40% decrease that gets diminished by 10% the lighter the shade of orange. On the other hand, where you see a dark blue, that means a 40% growth. And once again, each lighter shade of blue represents 10% less growth than 40%. So we see the face of America being transformed. And I know that this is, to some people, an issue of concern, but remember that the growth, for the most part, comes from within the United States. There was a time when people thought, well, if we construct barriers, physical barriers, we won't have this growth. But many of these students have been here for 2 and 3 generations already. So the thing to think about is as diversity comes to the United States, and now we are going to look at the map of what these projections are for the Latino population. And you can see that the growth to the year 2030 is immense. So the best way to look at this map is to say that if the future of our country If our own future depends on the vitality, the critical work, the conscientious work of these generations in the future, then obviously it behooves us to educate them at the most. And as Dr. Estrella said, these students are immensely talented. They have incredible potential. What we know, they speak another language, and that is good. Research into multilingualism shows very clearly that multilingualism, for example, confers the speaker cognitive flexibility, increased creativity, the ability to think about their thinking processes. And so these are all talents that should be developed and that can be developed for the benefit not only of the future of the students who will be the future citizens of their families and communities, but actually of the whole country. So let's look a little bit at Norwood Public Schools. Just at Norwood High School, in what goes of the year, 219 new students, 7% of its total population are multilingual learners. So you see the growth in your own schools. And however, the sad situation is that only 62% of the multilingual learners in Norwood High Schools are ready to graduate. In other words, they have the course taking patterns that do not prepare them for graduation when the talent is there. In fact, I was thinking at the beginning of this meeting how wonderful it would be if 3 years from now, the list of students going to institutions of higher education is long and perhaps long-term, when you don't even need to read it because all you have to do is celebrate classes going into solid, productive, responsible futures. And that's the spirit, and that's what we want to do. Here are specifics about the graduation rates, but you do have them in the report, so I'm not going to belabor that point. So why did we focus on instruction? A, because in the 21st century, we have learned a lot about how human beings learn. And I will say a little bit more about this and how human beings learn in a second language while they keep developing their own family language. But also because society keeps being transformed and the need for educated citizens is at its highest. The ability to have students who can express their ideas, who can gauge the sense that others make, who can respond in articulate ways, that is something that we can definitely develop within our multilingual learners, but we should develop for absolutely everybody. So the biggest shift needed to produce those kinds of citizens is a shift from teaching as an activity that is controlled by the teacher from the front of the classroom into the offering students quality opportunities to learn. So let me say a couple of things more about this major shift. We are asking teachers in Norwood, we are asking teachers around the country to do something that they themselves never experienced as students. Because when most of us went to school, the idea was that students were assigned, teachers stood in the front of the class, teachers taught, and students were supposed to avidly suck in that knowledge in their heads. Well, we know today, and there are multiple books, including a thick compendium of research just published by the American Education Research Association that, in fact, learning is cultural. Learning are processes of apprenticeship. And as you know, apprenticeship takes place when we invite others who are not part of the group to become one of us, to be socialized into the ways of thinking, the ways of talking, the ways of doing things that we, the community that we want them to become a part of, are supporting them to do. And we know today that that can only be done if students have the opportunity to interact, to talk, because as we talk, we make sense of the world. As we talk, we become increasingly more adept, and the environments where these students need to sit have to be both challenging and supporting. And learning needs to be such an exciting activity that students are seated at the edge of their seats, participating, knowing full well that what they're saying is not 100% correct, that there is ambiguity, that they need to tolerate a lot of what they don't understand, but that they need to keep being engaged. And to do that, then education has to be rigorous. It has to be quality education. So we have a wide variety of English learners because there are several languages spoken in Norwood public schools that come from many, their families come from many different parts of the world that vary in their socioeconomic status. But if they are all offered quality instruction in classes, and here you have a very short list of principles that I'm going to speak a little bit about, then the outcomes, both in terms of participation, development, test scores, graduation rates will definitely improve. So that is at the classroom level. But underneath it and supporting it, we need work from the community. We need parents who are engaged and who support the enterprise of learning. We need policies, programs, and placement activities that also support this work. And very central, we need teachers who learn how to do things in ways that are significantly different than their apprenticeship of observation, which is what Dan Lorty called the transmission-oriented classroom. So the review began with an envisioning. We invited leadership and teachers to get a clear vision of what counts as academic rigor, as high expectations, as engaging students in quality interactions. And we use video to do that because through 20 years of research, we have been able to gather videos of practice that show when quality work is happening in the classroom. Then we calibrated. We made sure that everybody saw, was able to discuss and operationalize the different indicators of quality that we wanted them to see. Then we collected data. And the way in which we worked was that there were 6 of us from West Ed and working with a subset of teachers. So it was mostly, as we went into classroom, 5 or 6 teachers. And one of us and 5 or 6 teachers walked into the same classes using a descriptive tool that engaged teachers in understanding, is there academic rigor in this class? Does the teacher have high expectations? And the way in which we frame high expectations is a teacher shows high expectations because of the high levels of support that each and every student in the class is provided. And that support has to be differential because not all students are at exactly the right place. It's a lot to do, right? But then every 2 visits that were 15 minutes, we would walk out of the class, and every 2, we would finish writing our notes and then share notes so as to calibrate, to make sure that everybody was seeing the same thing, had the same comments, had the same questions. And then, of course, we analyzed the data that came from the collaborative aspect with the teachers, and we had a meeting at the Norwood High School library. That was just a great meeting because there everybody came to basically 100% of the same conclusions. I forget one aspect in the collection of data that was probably the most dramatic aspect, the one that really opened teachers' eyes to the reality of multilingual learners in schools. And that is that they were asked to shadow one individual student for just 2 hours of their day. And the comments that they brought back were this student didn't get to talk at all in 2 hours. This student was given a number of work that was not consequential. So you see now, I hope, that there is more power to engaging colleagues in the process than simply to do it ourselves and then hand in the report. So the vision of quality offering of opportunities to learn says that language development is not a prerequisite for learning, but actually it is the result of being engaged in learning opportunities. And that these learning opportunities must weave in harmonious ways conceptual understandings, analytic practices, that is the operations that we put these concepts through, whether we're summarizing, we are questioning, we are comparing, we're contrasting, etc., and the language required. So these 3 strands that in the past we taught separately are now coming across indivisibly and in powerful ways. But to engage students in that kind of work, we need to scaffold, we need to support. We need to support both in deliberate ways, as when teachers plan their lessons, but also in contingent ways, as the lessons unfold and teachers observe that this student needs this and that student needs that. And the learning opportunities must focus on ideas that are central in a discipline, substantive. Because if they get the essence, if they get the backbone of a discipline, then that knowledge becomes generative. It enables them to develop further knowledge in the future and thus gain individually. And the focus on language is not a focus on forms as rules, but rather, if we focus on language, we focus on the specific form needed to perform specific acts that are valuable within the curriculum on that day. So as I said, we have 5 principles, and I'm going to kind of run very fast through them. And the rigor is one notion that if you ask 10 people, what is academic rigor, you will get 10 different answers. But in our work, we have defined rigor as a focus on central ideas of the discipline, the establishment of complex relationships between those ideas, and the focus on those ideas is sustained. Not we do it on Monday and on Tuesday we do something else, but rather it's a focus that keeps evolving over those important ideas as students gain expertise in them. Students need to use higher order thinking, and as they do that, then they develop substantive and generative skills. The second principle is high expectations. And you see high expectations when students are engaged in tasks that offer them activity that is beyond their ability to realize, but the support enables them to work and thus pushes their development. And so the activities offer students multiple entry points so that those who know more can get in, interact, and derive benefit, and those who know less, in fact, derive much more benefit as they apprentice. But what is really important here is that not only students learn key concepts and practices, but they become aware of what they need to do in order to learn. How do I become a good reader? What do good readers do? How am I doing it? Aha, I'm doing this well, but I'm not doing that well. So this is what I need to do. Because the fostering of student autonomy is essential, and it comes through metacognitive processes. In fact, the road to autonomy always goes through metacognition. The more aware I am of what I do, the more I can improve as I do it. And finally, we need to have very clear criteria for those high expectations. And so the criteria for work needs to be explicit so that the student owns it and can change. A quality interaction is an interaction, A, that is sustained. It's not just what color is my sweater, black. No. And then we move into, and what's the weather like right now? Well, that is inconsequential, and it is cryptic and incoherent. What we want is conversations where each utterance moves the understanding between the interlocutors further, so that after a 1-minute exchange, students started here, but they end there, having gained increasing understandings. And I know this sounds extremely complex and difficult, but we actually have lots of videos that show teachers precisely how this is done in class. Because I can talk and talk, and people then all filter it through their knowledge, and what they imagine is different. So I'm going to move fast. They construct disciplinary knowledge because I am very mindful of time, and there is a focus on language that I will leave it there. But going back to the review, the questions were, how effectively does the classroom instruction that we are observing in the 2 high schools challenge and support English learners? How well do schools and district policies and programs serve the diverse subgroups? How well does the district offer collaborative and professional learning opportunities for their staff? And whether students are making progress in terms both of academic development and language. And so to recap, we did observations, we did shadowing, we did focus groups with multilingual students at each of the high schools. And then we analyzed both primary and secondary quantitative data. So let's go to this chart that summarizes key findings. If you look at academic rigor, and yellow means, yes, it was evident. See that 22% of all the classes that we visited, and please be mindful that we visited a lot of classes together, but then after that, my colleagues and I stayed for 2 extra days and we visited other classes on our own. So the data was not just the collaborative data, but we added to that to have a representative sample. And 53% of classes did not show academic rigor. When we look at high expectations, 32% of classes observed did have high expectations and offer students well-supported opportunities to engage and grow, and 69% of them did not. And when we look at quality interactions, that is the area where we need to work the most, because only 16% of the classes observed really shows students engaged in interactions. I would like to say that we need to focus on quality interactions. Why? Because a quality interaction is an interaction that is academically rigorous. And a quality interaction is a quality interaction that has been crafted and facilitated by the teacher, because the teacher recognizes the immense potential of multilingual learners and thus has offered them the right kinds of support. So to recap the findings, we saw moderate evidence of academic rigor, inconsistencies and variations in how colleagues envisioned what was quality. That was before we started calibrating that vision. We had a lack of high expectations with appropriate types of support. We saw that very few quality interactions in classes. And so our first recommendation, or our first type of recommendation, you have many more in the report, deals precisely with quality interactions. Because as I said, if it's quality, then it's rigorous and it shows high expectations. And so talk about ideas, invite students to talk about ideas that are essential in the discipline by turning classes that are teacher-fronted into classes where interactions take place. And we have suggestions in the report for doing that. Strengthen the quality of the texts that students use, because with the false belief that students first need to learn language and then they learn content, the language is devoid of content and it makes no sense. And for adolescents, it's boring, it's irrelevant, and it's insulting, as teachers were able to corroborate when they shadowed students. Integrate a focus on purposeful use of language across the disciplines. But of course, that all means that we need to provide teachers with opportunities to redesign lessons so that they can offer their students the opportunities to learn. And that is our second big recommendation. That if a few colleagues are supported in developing this ability to understand, craft, and enact quality opportunities to learn, then they become the resident experts. And we were so delighted that you do have wonderful teachers at the school, and that teachers were eager to learn more after this. And so another recommendation we have that is, I think, very important is that we saw multilingual learners taking double periods. And we think that unless double periods are of the highest quality and offer double credits, then they really should not exist. Provide time and resources for teachers to collaborate, to co-plan lessons. I know that this sounds absurd when money is always of the essence, but should money be invested in the kinds of work that is going to generate and reap the highest benefits? I would say definitely so. And long-term, and this is almost counterintuitive, but it is very important. We want to emphasize the ability for teachers to engage in formative assessment of their students. That is to learn to observe students, because right now, standing in the front and worrying that students should not misbehave and should not talk, that takes their minds away from how students talk and how they develop, and thus how they need to be supported. But also, we think that formative assessment for teachers, so that teachers themselves have not just a clear idea, but also clear indicators of what it means to offer quality learning opportunities for their students, and that they can metacognitively track, how am I doing? What am I doing right? What do I need to change? So formative assessment has been proven by research today is really an important tool for learning. And there are references in the report, and I would like to see whether you have any questions, comments about the report. And of course, before I forget, the closing remarks are that we just want to thank Norwood. And as I said, the leadership of Dr. Estrella and Dr. Case for having invited this opportunity to work together, to really work hand in hand, envisioning a new reality and developing the ways of carrying it out. And we applaud the commitment, and we believe that, we honestly believe that Norwood is poised to make meaningful changes that will help multilingual learners and all other students attain their goals and become community college and career ready. So let's go back to see if you have questions or comments.
Well, thank you for the presentation and for your enthusiasm in doing it. It was, very enlightening. We see some of the challenges that we have. I'm thankful that you say that we have some great teachers here and that the people are really enthusiastic about trying to improve these things. Dr. Estrella, are there certain things that we are looking at from this to go right ahead and implement, or?
So actually, one of the first things that we did was look at the program design, and in many ways redesign the MLL programming structure to really align to a model that would ensure, one, that students acquired additional hours of language services, but two, most importantly, that they had access to the abundant portfolio of course choices across the schools. Because what was historically happening was that the MLL students were segregated into a cohort, inhibiting them from having access to the different course portfolio within the school that was available to the larger student body. So in our conversations, not only from this study, but in our conversations specifically with cohorts of students that were receiving MLL services, we learned from them that one of the things that was inhibiting them in their language development was not having access to their non-MLL peers, and that they really wanted to have opportunities to engage in learning experiences that would allow them to interact with students that had higher levels of proficiency in the language that they were learning, so that they would have language models to learn from. One of the things that we noticed was that in the programming structure, even in the summer school program, students in the MLO program were not allowed to mingle with the overarching population, thereby inhibiting the number of course opportunities that they had, and in turn impacting their ability to graduate timely. When we also looked at the portfolio, the scope and sequence of the language development courses tied to the English courses that they needed for graduation, it put them automatically on a 5-year track versus setting them up in a track that would allow them to graduate within the 4 years. And if they accelerated in their language development, then having opportunities to move levels at a more expeditious rate, which is, all of these things have been modified in the program to ensure that students had adequate access to all of these courses, that students were allowed to have access to the same level of program diversity as the rest of the cohort, the cohort within their grade, or across the school at large, which was not something that was typically happening. And as a result, if you look at the page that speaks to the graduation rate, we have graduation, the average graduation rate for our MLLs across the district at 62%, relative to their non-MLL peers that in some cases were in the high 90s, 80-something%. And also, when you look at the graduation rate across the district over time, as our number of non-English speaking students increased in the district, our graduation rate started to decline. But that is a direct correlation with the limitation in course options that students had, not necessarily their ability to engage in the content. So we have really invested several months, and Ms. Carpio is aware as the chair of the MLL ad hoc subcommittee, where we started to present this data to that team, to the group, and just really bringing to life some of the challenges, particularly when we were looking at access to the coursework based on the latest research around how much seat time students needed to acquire language within that 3 to 5 year range that most of the research speak to, if the child was proficient in their native language coming in. And we created a staffing model based on those service hours that align to the research to ensure that students were receiving adequate seat time that would enable them to not only work towards building quality instruction in the classroom, but also having adequate amount of time within the discipline to acquire the language in a timely fashion that correlates with what the typical student with adequate quality instruction would normally transition into. So those elements have been modified, and we will continue to modify as we learn more from this study and the implementation of some of the pieces that we have in place. Even this summer, we have extended the portfolio of course option for many of our MLLs. We had approximately 38 MLL students that were not going to be able to graduate because of the course limitations that were in place prior. And we reconfigured and realigned their programs to give them access to the courses that they needed so that they could successfully graduate in time this June, as well as expanding that portfolio to ensure that the students that could graduate in August would be able to do that. And one of the things that we predict is that by next year we will have a significant shift in the graduation rate based on these modifications that have been made in terms of the program design across Norwood High School and Ryan McMahon.
Well, that certainly is commendable, that the structure was an obstacle of its own, not just that they did not attend, but they attended the classes that were in their syllabus of what they were supposed to do, but then the structure of it was
Correct. So
made it difficult.
The systematic structures put in place were inhibiting students from graduating in a timely fashion. So we eliminated some of those blockers that were creating those obstacles to ensure that students will have access to timely graduation. We also now are working this summer as well as into the fall in supporting our teachers with professional learning experience with Dr. Walkie and the West Ed team in helping them build their pedagogy to most effectively support our multilingual learners across the district.
I would like to commend what has been presented and put it in context. This style, this approach to teaching multi-language learners is just really good teaching for everyone.
For any child.
I have spent many years in the science field, and the structure of having all students participate and speak, do, and then present generally is called inquiry in science teaching, and that is, matches what you're doing. So if I were to go to any of the disciplines, I'd go to the science classrooms where they're performing an experiment, they're working with a team, each group is asked to say some things, and that's the opposite of teacher-led instruction. So I'm saddened that they weren't seeing many high-level interactions going on, but I'm just saying that maybe in the science area.
I think development is essential, right? I think that our staff has an opportunity to really build their toolkit.
Yes.
Right? We had an influx of MLL students that needed a very differentiated approach in terms of what they needed to learn, and part of our work is really to equip our teaching staff to really have the tools to effectively support that work. One of the essential components of why this review process was really important, because part of developing our teachers' capacity is building their awareness of where our students are, what they're getting, what they're not, and having them themselves see
shadowing
the obstacles that are created within the models and infrastructure that we currently have, so that we learn what we need to do differently to most effectively support our students. And I had the opportunity to go into some of those conversations, and based on the feedback that I received from the team, the teachers were really invested in really finding ways to most effectively support this work. I know some people felt that some of this needed to wait because they wanted to first learn, but we really don't have time to wait, right? Because our children are not going to get back the time that they lose. So part of our work is supporting our staff as they're building their capacity, because we need to make sure that we don't lose any more students as we are developing and re-enhancing the work and portfolio of practice that we're trying to embed to most effectively support our students, right? I heard a lot coming into the district that, those children, right? And how those children had a direct impact in our graduation rate. But it's not the students or their capacity, it's the systems that have created the outcomes, right, that were intended to be produced.
Correct.
And part of our work is to shift the system to develop the processes so that we get the outcomes that we expect and want our students to be able to achieve.
Yes, and if you allow me to participate, it's both shifting the systems and building the expertise of teachers who are willing to do the right thing, because that's why they went into education for, right? But the learning they had, and even the learning in universities, the preparation was inadequate for the world we have today and for the knowledge we have been able to develop.
One of the highlights here that I think is really powerful is the recommendation of providing time and resources for teachers to collaborate during the school day to create these lessons that I agree with you that they would really want to do, because it's very exciting to teach that way.
It is. Nothing is more wonderful for teachers than to work together planning a lesson and then to come back with artifacts the students produce and say, oh, what did you get? Oh, how can we make it better, right? That's what most other industrialized nations do. They offer teachers the time, and we should do the same.
Yeah, so that's hard thing.
Dr. Alex, so two things. One, why was that structure in place for so long? And two, you talk about the children were presented with a portfolio that prevented them from taking classes that would help them to graduate. So you're talking about high school, right? So how does this look, how does this shift look like for the younger kids, elementary? And the middle school kids?
I think that one of the challenges that happened across the district was that there was an influx of students and people needed to expeditiously put something in place to support the students. And now we have the time to really think about how to further expand and extend that work. At the high school level, the processes are more complex because of the programming structures that are in place and the heavy content knowledge base that is expected for students to acquire over time. In the elementary school, because students are especially in the early grades, you go from learning to read to reading to learn, some of those processes are more easily infused through dual language programs or bilingual programs. Initially, the district had a lot of ESL models. By law, we're required, once we pass 20 students, to really offer bilingual programming within the school and at the district at large. So part of the work that we've been doing, we have Silvermine, right, which is we have that dual language model, but that's just one. And the proportion, like, the number of students that require services, we needed more programs than we currently have. As a result of that, we started another dual language program at Jefferson because they have a high concentration of students needing services. And we were looking at two ways, doing a two-way dual language program where 50% of the students are English monolingual and the other 50 are either Spanish, whatever other language. In Jefferson, we looked at a one-way dual language program where most of the kids were Spanish natives that were learning English as a second language and developing the dual language model in that fashion. We also had Brookside that had a high concentration of students, and we had to, in an expeditious way, restructure some of the programming there to provide dual language programming options, because at the end of the day, all the research speaks to that is one of the best models to support students in language development. So at the elementary school level, that has been the work in building additional dual language programs. I have to say I'm really excited because at Brookside, not only do we have our native Spanish speakers interested, but we have our English native speakers also interested in the dual language program, which will allow us to have a two-way dual language program, which to me is one of the best ways of holding the model. At the middle school level, they had started the dual language path at West Rock, but we are in conversation of considering opening up additional dual language pathways at least one more middle school, because West Rock will not have the capacity to fulfill the demand that the district will have in terms of providing that model choice. We will always provide ESL, right? Because that's an option that we would always have. But we have to provide a portfolio of different options for our students. The state is more heavily monitoring now how these programs are designed, and I'm excited about that because they're setting higher standards of accountability around how we as a district are providing language services for students that need it. So at the middle school, we still have work to do, even though we have the dual language at Westbrook and then the standard ESL where we don't have a more robust programming model.
3 questions. First, I definitely want to echo some of my fellow board members. That was a great, very enlightening presentation. The formative assessment recommended, how different is this type of assessment versus what we have now prior to us initiating this study?
I don't know, Dr. Walker, do you want to speak a little bit about what you discussed so far, and then I can chime in further?
Certainly. Most of the assessment today, especially when it comes to multilingual learners, assumes that students learn language in a linear fashion. And so it divides pieces of language and it teaches them sequentially. And so the emphasis of the tests is on correctness, not even in meaning making. To use a famous sentence that Chomsky came up with, if students say colorless green ideas sleep furiously, that would be correct because grammatically everything is in the right place, although meaning is nowhere to be seen. So that is very problematic. In fact, we have written in the last year, a group of us, papers suggesting that the kind of standardized testing that students go through, especially English learners, be reversed. And that instead of standardized testing dominating the lives, the academic lives of students by punishing them, making them repeat courses, that instead what should take prevalence is formative assessment, because formative assessment is assessing learning so that new learning can grow, determining what the child understands, what the child is beginning to understand, so as to push students into that blooming of understanding. And so we think that formative assessment, and as I say, it's in line with work done, for example, in New Zealand, in Australia, in the UK, in the Netherlands, where formative assessment takes most of the time and concerns. And then there is a bit of standardized assessment because it is always useful for other purposes, like for looking at the overall picture of a school or a district. So I don't know if that answered your question, but they are significantly different.
And part of the work that we've been doing as a district, and as you know, when the Center for Assessment presented, is looking at building an assessment system that encompasses formative and summative assessments throughout the scope of our analysis process, so that teachers can use formative assessments to inform instruction on a day-to-day, but also looking at summative assessments to see how students do overarchingly, and then using diagnostics to look at how they're doing or faring relative to larger cohort, like national norms or state norms.
The second question I have, English learners in our district, how are they self-identifying as students? You know, are they in classes saying multilingual learner, English learner, like scholar, you know, just kind of really understanding the impact of some of the educational malpractice pointed out. I wonder how much that impacts expectations set when looking at how students self-identify in the classroom.
Well, the English learner category is a very unfortunate one because it is placed on the student the moment the student walks into a school for the first time and a family survey is given. So the question that triggers the denomination is, do people at your home speak another language than English? And if the child says yes, immediately he becomes an English learner. when you look at the large proportion of English learners who have been English learners for years and who now are in high school, and you talk to them outside of class, and in fact, there are some of those vignettes in the report, you discover that they are articulate, they speak English well, they are absolutely intelligent, they are critical thinkers, and in class, they are silent, they are insulted by the quality of the materials they are given, and they feel, disinvited increasingly as education goes on. And so they withdraw, and now the task becomes one of re-enticing them, and the only way to re-entice them is by giving them quality opportunities to learn. So the identification of the child, you're right, they know that being an English learner is not a good thing. They know that being an English learner means that you do not get sent to college prep courses, that somehow you are considered limited. And so it's a bad identification. But furthermore, it's an inaccurate identification, because we have 2 cases nationwide of in Los Angeles, students who were labeled English learners were tested by the same language test with native speakers of English, and all the native speakers of English became English learners. And then a small district in Pennsylvania gave the same test, the same English test to everybody, and they ended up with 99% English learners, when in fact, the percentage of English learners in that district should have been no more than 9%. But so what I'm saying is the test for grammatical knowledge. And the students can talk, they can act, and that's what they need to do. As one student, and I think that one made it into the report, said is, why do they ask us to fill in sentences, blanking sentences with the correct form of the verb, when that is not what we do in life? Have you ever had to do that in life, in real life? And so there's a set of circumstances, and we need to re-envision. And that's why I'm saying standardized testing needs to play a role, but for a really diminished role, in contrast to what formative and good summative assessment can do.
Last question is,
Can I just,
definitely.
and to add to that, in the conversations we've had with many of our the MLL students, particularly the high schools, that's where we concentrated our conversations. A lot of the students felt that because of the fact that they were identified as a multilingual learner, they have been excluded from opportunities that they felt that they should have had access to. So the mindset in their mind of what the system thinks of them in terms of their aptitude and ability to do the work is diminished because they speak a lot more than one language, because they are also now speaking English, which to me is a gift, that you are a person that speaks multiple languages. But in their eyes, people see it as a deficit, not a gift, and as a result, they're not given the same opportunities and access to programming as other students do, which is something we have to change across the organization, where the mindset has to be that they are just as capable and have the same rights of having access to the resources as every other student does.
And if you allow me to, sorry, I cannot see you, so I cannot read.
Let me just finish this thought, and I think the same beliefs came out of my conversation with students receiving specialized services, which will be another conversation that we need to have. But when we're looking at these particular subgroups, there's a common theme of how students are feeling. The system is engaging with them, and how opportunities are scaffolded or not available as a result of something they might need that can easily be attained regardless of what program they're in.
Pathways, the representation, pathways.
So we have been looking at pathways across the district. I actually, Ralph and I had this conversation and James Starkman about looking at the demographic configuration of different pathways, looking at the different subgroups, and we started to pull that data, particularly looking at PTEC, since PTEC was one of the programs developed to provide access for students that might not have foreseen themselves in a college track and guide, and it's meant to guide them to transition themselves on that track. So we are pulling a lot of that data because I wanted to get an updated look. So during the retreat or at our next meeting, I have to see how it would fit. I can present that information in terms of what the current demographics look like, but I'll tell you right now, in any specialized program, there are minimal to no MLL or students receiving specialized services as participants, which is something we are seeking to change.
Can I just ask one final question, to pull the thread a little bit on the MLL? So do we also find that there are more challenges with regard to the child's origin? So for instance, are we finding that kids from India, Asia, Russia, are they also, if they're identified as an MLL, were they also prevented from taking some of the higher level courses? Or does it appear to just be contingent on where the student's origin is from?
I think origin is playing a significant role, although aptitude is the same.
Right.
And it goes back to mindset, and also when we talk about implicit bias,
right,
and how people believe.
And the issue you mentioned is really prevalent around the country. In fact, there is a wonderful book that is called Looking Like a Language and Sounding Like a Race. So it's, racial issues or ethnic issues mixed with language create diverse reactions.
Can you repeat the title of that book, please?
Yes, it's called Looking Like a Language and Sounding Like a Race.
I see Sherelle, your hands up.
Hi, I just have a very simple question. After undergoing this process, has there been a shift in the mindset of the teachers who are responsible for our multilingual language learners?
I would say that 95% of the teachers have really become aware of the fact that A, their students are talented and willing to learn. B, that the ways in which they are invited to learn need to change dramatically. C, that they begin to understand how the good work needs to be carried out. And D, if only I receive support, I know I can change. To be honest, there were a couple of teachers that were naysayers. And in spite of the fact that we all saw the same reality, their mindset was fixed. But they were a ridiculous minority.
Mm-hmm.
And I always feel that if you capitalize on the goodwill of the overwhelming majority and build their expertise and begin to see results, then the naysayers will just have to be quiet and eventually do the same or go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Walke, I want to say thank you so much for this detailed presentation. Just like I've told the other board members, it brings back a lot of memories for me, being that I'm native born. And what people don't understand sometimes is even though you're native born, you don't learn English first because your family speaks the language that they came here with. So,
Wonderful, but misunderstood.
right, you are learning your language at home, but then they throw you in school and you hope that someone's gonna help you to learn English. And, that was my parents' mindset. We speak Spanish at home and you will learn English at school. But if you don't have someone that's going to be patient and listen and know that, you have the intelligence, you may not be able to say it or read it at that moment, but if you have the intelligence and the drive to learn, you have to have that role model, that teacher that's going to help you and push you. I love the idea that you did shadowing for the teachers, because unless you're in that situation, you really don't understand. And it's heartbreaking to hear that a student spent 2 hours without speaking to anyone or anyone asking them questions. But thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo those things. I think, one of the things that struck me from your presentation, Dr. Walke, was the idea that learning is cultural. And it is a culture that we can create for all of our students by creating these quality learning experiences. And so I wrote that down. It's going to help me in my own classroom. And so I think there's, as we've said before, lots of takeaways we can take from this for our MLL students and for all our students. So,
Right. Our students.
Yeah, I think.
So, Dr. Walke, thank you so much for your presentation
You
this evening.
have a
I
good
hope
rest
that you
of
have a great time in Lima, Peru.
Yes, I am in Lima. Next board meeting in Lima, Peru, did you say?
I think everybody would agree.
Thank you, Dr.
Bye
Walke.
bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item of the superintendent, as part of the superintendent report, is the community lunch provision. I'm going to ask Ms. Sandra Rios to come forward and present this piece. Just to give a quick synopsis of this work. Upon coming into, one of my interview questions when I applied for the superintendency here was around school lunches and the challenge around providing free meals to all of our students, and particularly concerns around food shaming. And kind of like trying to problem solve around what could we do as a district to ensure that all students have access to a meal, and that those students that might not, that we were not creating a situation where students were made to feel uncomfortable. And we have right now a great opportunity that if we take advantage, all of our students will have the opportunity to have a free meal. And looking at the overall cost associated to it, it won't create a significant increase based on what we are already spending. I think this becomes critical because we spend now close to 2 years offering free meals to all of our students. But that is coming to an end as ESSER dollars deplete, and some of the ESSER programs come to an end. But I think that as a community, we can, because of this opportunity, we can continue to offer this to all of our students, right? When we talk about a free public school education, I think about it in all aspects of the word, not just for some things and not others. And I think if we're talking about a free public school education, that should also include when our kids are in our schools, that they are fed and they don't go hungry. So this video.
Thank you, Dr. Estrella, and good evening, board members. I'm actually so happy to be here because I actually have been minutes, so.
Okay,
all the time.
taking notes.
Usually on the receiving end, but either way, so just give me a moment to actually tell you what this is about, so you have some context. So the community eligibility provision, and we just term it CEP in short. It's actually a program that that was founded under the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act in 2010. So even prior to COVID, we've been trying to qualify as a district for this program, but there's a threshold that we had to meet, and the threshold is a 40% of families that qualify for SNAP benefits. And I'm sure everybody here knows what SNAP is. But we now have met it, which is pretty timely for us because we're coming off of the 2 years of everybody getting meals for free, breakfast and lunch. And so it's very timely that we would actually meet that threshold. So we're actually at 40.6%, so almost at 41% of our students currently do qualify for SNAP. And that has nothing to do with us. That is something that the federal government holds that information about Norwood, and then they informed us that we now qualify, are we interested in applying? So we immediately jumped on what is the research that we need to do to bring to you this important decision that we have to make as a community. And one of the benefits, obviously, is that everybody will continue to have lunch and breakfast for free. And this is everybody, whether you qualify for SNAP, whether you don't qualify for SNAP, it would be the entire district. There is a cost associated with it for us because, and Linda, I don't want to steal Linda's thunder because he's going to go for it. Okay. Well, okay then. So what we do is there's a multiplier that they use, and it means that for 65% of our meals that are served, and just so that you guys have sort of a picture of how many meals get served, we served well over 1 million lunches this year, right? So for 65% of those, we get a certain reimbursement rate, and the actual rate is like $3.86. We currently spend $3.47 on each meal to make it. I know, it sounds like a little bit of money, but if you're serving over, 1 million meals, it's actually equates to a lot. However, we have that 34% that's qualified. In that 34%, the reimbursement rate is much lower. It's like 4 cents that we get for every one of those 34% of those meals that don't qualify. So what we are essentially doing as a district is we're picking up a tab for the 34%. And that, what we have estimated for next year, given the number of meals that we've been serving for the last 2 years, would put us at about $1 million in cost. But if I take you back to pre-COVID, when we did not have free meals, we actually almost accumulated $1 million in debt. And this debt was from students that would eat and they couldn't pay their balances. And then the district would pick up the balance because we're not a collection agency. We're not going to shame people into paying their deficits. So we would look at having that debt accumulate again because students are eating in school. We can anticipate that we're going to be serving that many meals. Students are going to accumulate a debt, and we're going to end up having to pick up that tab the way that we did before. And that, and the year that, right before COVID, that bill was $927,000. So the difference between allowing everybody to eat for free and picking up the tab for the students, but at 34%, is almost comparable to if we didn't do this and we would go back to normal and only a few students qualify for free meals, some qualify for reduced lunch, and then others have to pay, which I think is inequitable for our families coming right off of COVID, given all the expenses. So this is what I bring you today, and I'm hoping that you guys support us moving forward with the application. Any questions? It's a good sign.
Yeah, I
Sounds good.
think it's a win-win. We're not in the business of letting students go hungry. And for about the same cost, we can have a certain number of students rack up bills and run into potential, shaming at the end of the year, or for comparable costs, about $1,000 more, we can continue the paradigm of treating every student treating them differently. I think it's interesting.
So I believe this is a commendable program, I love it. However, for those who will say, for the family who's making $500,000 or more a year and they're getting a lunch or a breakfast, how do we respond to that?
Well, my response is that those students have been getting free meals all along, and I mean, I guess we said because of COVID, anything goes. I mean, but I'm just saying we have been feeding these children.
Anyway.
And these are our students.
Right.
You know, and we don't get into the politics of who's making what. I think that equity goes up and down, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that if we're going to be a public school that can offer this opportunity, I don't see why that would prevent us from actually moving forward, because it benefits everybody.
I think the other benefit too is we, you know, with all this disruptions the students have had, there is no other food shaming. We're talking right now about parents and money, but also within the students. Because I know that we were talking during policy right before COVID was how bad the situation was within students when a student was taken away their food or given a cheese sandwich. Mm-hmm. And this way, everybody's eating and there is no differentiation and no reason to give a child that's already stressed out from either home, school, or anything, another level of stress because their friends know what situation that they're in. I do agree.
Yeah. So we no longer do the cheese sandwich. We actually know that. No, but I'm just saying though, that's how we accumulate that. Is we actually don't tell you you can't take food, but then we end up, that family ends up, you know, accumulating a debt that they may not be in control of. And they can say, you know, don't take a lunch. But if the child is hungry,
you feed them.
You're going to feed them.
A child that's hungry can't learn.
That's right. Absolutely. So I would say that it's a win-win. And Linda will speak to the upcoming year, but we do have a plan for the upcoming year in order for us to be able to do that. And then we can discuss further as we move forward as a program as to what this means for us overall.
Is the application process almost a guarantee?
Yeah.
Once they notified you, then you just have to apply.
Yeah, so the application hasn't opened yet. They just notified us that we qualify. And so we're coming to you today to tell you about our intentions and maybe our thoughts and hopefully get you okay for us to move forward.
Yeah, well, for all these reasons that Diana was saying, and you know, I really agree with the concept of all children getting, and so nobody's differentiated against in terms of getting food. I think that's really strong, and I'm glad we're all on the same team.
Yeah, I am too.
And I mean, when you think about differentiation, going back to Sherry's component, we don't say, well, your parents make X number of dollars, so you get this portfolio program, and you make X number of dollars, so you get this other portfolio. We don't engage in that context either. So why do we have to do that for food?
Yeah. Or computer, or digit, you know.
And for the record, my understanding is that this application would last us for about 5 years. We would notify every year.
So it would actually last us for 4 years, with the 5th year being a grace year where we resubmit the application. So correct, 5 years altogether. And then we would anticipate that we would continue to qualify. I don't see too many communities that end up losing their SNAP enrollment, you know. But it really does benefit us. And if we do start collecting the free reduced lunch forms at the schools, the families can submit them online, and we will ensure that we communicate them to families, because there are still some benefits to that form for like our after-school programs and other programs that use that information. But we no longer have to collect them for this purpose. It doesn't serve this purpose anymore. Okay, we'll keep you posted.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, thanks. Thank you so much.
We're almost there. Linda, you have to be precise.
It's like things.
So, the last component of the superintendent report is the FY '23 operating budget. I have to say that, Kristen and Linda have embraced engaged in really phenomenal work, particularly because, we, for the first time, infused the MLL programming structure into the SPV, which was not something that was happening throughout the district. The multilingual learner funding was managed centrally. And one of the things that we as a district want to make sure we do is that as we gradually transition all components into the SPV process, that we infuse not only the resources for our multilingual learners, but we also do the same for our students receiving specialized services. Obviously, this process is quite complex, and Linda and Kristen can attest to it. We've had a number of conversations around how to do this most effectively. Kristen and Francis Saya spent countless hours looking at not only the latest research around programming and service hours, but then how do we develop a programming structure that took into account the number of service hours students needed based on their proficiency levels, and then what did that constitute for around FTEs, looking at the FTEs that were currently in place, and how do we maximize our current FTE to fulfill the programming needs. And although it was a laborious process, the team was phenomenal at making this happen. And Mr. Asmani will speak more to these processes and how they were embedded finally as part of the SPV process. Next year, we will work to do the same for special education. We left that as a second tier of work because special education includes so many layers of complexity that need to be taken into account. But if we want our school communities to see all students as part of the net, we need to make sure that as they're thinking of funding resources and how things are being allocated, that they are supporting and managing that process, and that they don't see this work as separate and apart from the overarching work. Another big component of the work that we did this year, particularly in funding, is looking at our pathways and most essentially the IE process, because there is a significant added cost to bridging that work at the elementary, middle, and obviously the high school level. As you know, all of our schools that apply have been granted the initial access to continue on that track. But with that comes expenditure, one for professional development for our staff, also different conferences that the school leaders and other staff members will need to participate throughout the year. So that was an element that we had to infuse into the funding source. Green science is another component that we're trying to build K-12. We were very fortunate that we received over $1 billion to fund that pathway development at Jefferson and West Rock, and as well as many of the other pathways that we're trying to build. We're looking at how we effectively fund those resources so that the schools have what they need to move these things forward. The incubator, it was a piece that we still had a lot of uncertainty at one point, and Linda will speak to how we have been able to effectively fund those elements within the budget. And social emotional learning has been a topic of conversation amongst the cabinet, staff members throughout the district, knowing the importance of really supporting the social emotional well-being of our students. Particularly, a lot of times we talk about how COVID has created this need. We know, based on what the Attorney General reported, that the mental health crisis of our young children predates COVID. COVID has exacerbated that, and we want to make sure that not only are we focusing on our middle and high school students, but that we're really thinking about our elementary school students. And in doing so, through the SPV process, we worked with our principals to ensure that every single elementary school had a school counselor, something that was not in existence previously. We had, in some cases, some schools that did, but not all of our schools. For the upcoming school year, we will have school counselors at every school. We are looking through, hopefully, some of the rollover dollars to bring in through a partnership either with Mid-Fairfield Guidance or one of our community partners, additional school counseling support, but that's to be determined on how we close out the year. But it's still something on the back of our mind. Similarly, how in the way that we did infuse this year, at each high school, an additional school counselor that is being supported and funded through Mid-Fairfield Guidance. We're hoping to further expand that opportunity, really concentrating at the middle school because that is one of the grade bands where we had a spike in incidents that are directly correlated with student social emotional well-being. As you know, we through philanthropy dollars, receive funding to develop the data analytics and workforce team. That process has, I think we're almost concluding the hiring process, and will be instrumental in doing some of the data analytics work to develop metrics that really inform our practice moving forward. And that work will be under the guidance of Dr. McBride. The last pieces, I think I mentioned earlier, around the SPV process, we're looking to the future in terms of how we infuse these services provided for students that require specialized services into the SPV process. Obviously, that piece of the work will happen for the upcoming 23-24 budget process. But although we're coming to a conclusion to this budget process as early as September, we're going to be starting the new budget process. So it's something that's going to happen sooner than probably anticipated. Safety and security continues to be an area of constant conversation on this cabinet, and it's an area that is of high importance not only to us, but to all school leaders, families, and staff. We have worked to add safety agents at our middle schools, an additional agent at our middle schools, and we're talking about, I know Brian McMahon High School is at infusing one additional agent, and we're looking to do the same at Norwood High School to ensure that we add additional safeguards within the school building, just given the feedback that we have received throughout the year. And we're looking forward to, during the retreat, to look at the efficiency study and talk about all of the other components that came to light as areas that we need to continue to build efficiencies around, and areas that we have deficiencies in terms of not having enough personnel to fulfill the need of a district our size, particularly around facilities. That team has done an outstanding job, yet they don't have enough personnel to do the cumbersome work that they need to do day in and day out. So during our retreat, we're going to take chapter by chapter and really dive into identifying what we're going to prioritize so that we can further enhance our strategic plan to infuse these elements so that in the upcoming academic school year we can plan forward and have the ability to organize goals for the 23-24 academic school year that align to the efficiency study and that we can effectively budget around. I'm just going to turn it over now to Mr. Asmani to speak to the current operating budget that you will hopefully approve as an action item later today.
Thank you, Dr. Estrella, for that introduction. So I'm going to walk through just make sure right there.
Ralph can't fix it, we're through.
Time to go.
No promise to be official.
You just, okay, yeah, just pointed, rolling your cigarette.
So thanks for the introduction. I think, obviously, the budget supports our strategic priorities, and this is where we start. And the budget is actually the tool that allows us to operationalize our strategic priorities. So these are things that we've had discussions on and we're aware of, and therefore the budget just kind of operationalizes what we intend to do as a district. So just a brief overview of the process, how we got here, where we start. We typically start the budget process around September, October, as Dr. Estrella mentioned, with the pro forma budget baseline. At that point, we take that as a starting point. We look at the current year's original budget, we look at salary, we look at steps, and we begin to kind of create a baseline. After that's done, we meet with individual departments within the school system. We update the pro forma, we make budget adjustments, we look at any roster and non-roster changes. At that point, we look at what's happening with the grants, what we know, what we not know, we incorporate that. And so we made that part of the request. At that point, the superintendent reviews it, and with some additional input, changes made by the departments, reductions, additions. At that point, the superintendent presents the recommended budget to the Board of Ed. You again take a stab at it, we review, make some changes to it, and then we formally present that as our request to the city, and then it gets into the city pipeline process of budget process and approval. It does finally get approved, and then it comes back to us, and then we basically do the final piece of reconciling the budget to allocate the resources that were given to us by the city based on the grants as well, and then we end up basically on a day like tonight where we present to you what the reconciliation looks like and come to you for approval. In addition to the operating budget, we have the capital budget, and so I'm just going to share this just as a brief overview. This has already been approved. These are the 7 projects that we submitted early on as part of this process. They've gone through the process, have been approved, and I believe the bond authorizations have also been completed, and therefore we are getting ready to start on the capital budget side of things. So this is where we started. We started off with the current year's budget of $208 million. When we met the last time prior to presenting this to the city, we had included a 4.5% base budget increase request. We had requested an incubator at 0.9%, and then we had also introduced this concept of replenishing some of the lost ESSER funds. As we know, we went through the budget process, we did get the 4.5% approved at the time. We have come up with an innovative solution to fund the incubator through rollover funds, and we did not address the ESSER funding piece of this budget, but that is an element of this budget that we'll be addressing next year. So just looking at the budget in general, all funds, we have 3 major buckets. We have the general fund, we have grant funds, which we've had discussions on, and then we also have the school funds, which Sandra Feos gave a brief introduction, and we'll talk a little bit more. So you can see there what we have in front of you. The general fund does incorporate that 4.5% increase, which is what was approved by the city. The grant funds, although it shows a 38% year-over-year increase, grant funds actually roll over, so that approved budget column includes unexpended funds from prior years. So you kind of have to look at both buckets together. And then the school lunch fund, which we'll go into discussion as well, is similar. It's intended to be a self-sustaining fund, but it funds the operations of the school lunch activities. So in terms of the general fund summaries, again, this is a 4.5% increase, just broken down by the major categories. Salaries and benefits continue to account for the biggest chunk of our budgets. I'll talk about the offset transfers, which is the very last item, the negative number, which is what I discussed earlier, the creative ways that we've come across using rollover funds, anticipated savings to allow us to balance the budget to get us to that 4.5%. So the big question is, okay, where does this money go? So you have 217 million. I like to present this chart this way because it does show the focus. Again, those strategic priorities that we talked about. So classroom and school services account for 85% of the total spend within the general fund. And so when we talk about classroom and school services, we're talking about student support, our educators, instructional support, staff, the busing initiatives, and some of the counseling that we talked about. So that accounts for 85% of our total spend. The next chunk of that is about 6% is what we refer to as business services. Business services include things like information technology, Ralph and his team, HR support, legal support, accounting, payroll, those support services that you need in order to run a district and to support the students and the staff that work here. 5% is operations, which is essentially maintaining a safe, functional environment for learning. And so this is the group that Sandra leads, but our main purpose here is just to make sure that roads are clear, parking lots are clear, buildings are clean, and all of those good stuff. Professional development, as Dr. Estrella mentioned, we are an academic institution, and therefore there is expectation that our teachers are current, our staff is current on best processes, new initiatives. So we spend about 3% focused on professional development, and then obviously general administration, just the overall administration, central support, central office, all of those support functions that work to support the entire district. That makes up about 1% of our total operations. So I think if you look at the use of dollars from an efficiency standpoint, we are really aligned efficiently to support the organization. It's not a top-down budget, it is a bottom-up, where 85% is really at the grassroots level. So on the next slide, we talked about some of those one-time initiatives that allowed us to balance the budget. So when we go through this budget, we know that we budget for a full complement of staff, teachers, and all of those other positions, but we know that throughout the year, there is an anticipated turnover. And therefore, being conservative, we budget for that. So we don't just pad our budget and take credit for those turnover savings at the end of the year. So we actually budget for that up front, anticipating that there will be turnover, both in terms of salaries and the corresponding benefits. So this budget also includes a credit for those turnover savings, that we're anticipating that we're not going to spend that amount of money, even though we budgeted for it up front, we're saying that we're not going to incur that savings. The next two chunks are, we talked about the health insurance expenses that kind of surprised us at the end of the year, and what we intend to do to fund those expenses is to use some of the carryover of unexpended funds this current year. So we're taking a credit into the general fund because we're going to roll those funds over, and we're going to do the same thing for the summer incubator as we get through that process. And then the last two buckets is we anticipate that with new grants coming on, typically we have opportunities to offset some of the general fund expenses to the grant, so we factor that in, and then we also have some other anticipated carryover expenses. Dr. Estrella mentioned about the IB program, some of the things expenses we anticipate through that program that weren't funded as part of the base budget, but we anticipate funding those through the rollover funds. The next chunk, so to speak, of the budget are our grant funds, which this year and last year have been significant, primarily driven by the state ESSER COVID-related funds. I like to show this chart because this is the cost. It continues to be the cost of running the district. And what we're saying here is 17% of the cost of running this district is funded by grants. It's not funded by tax support. And so we're fortunate to qualify for some of these grants, including the most recent one with the lunch activities that we found. But these are additional resources that complement and allow us to not rely on tax support to fund our program. So this just shows by the major categories. The next slide shows a breakdown of our major grants. So you can see ESSER 1, 2, and 3 are at the top. This is a very recent phenomenon. We've seen in 20 years those didn't exist, and we anticipate that those will go away. Title I, Title III, all the way through Title IV, some federal grant funds that we also receive at the federal level. We also have quite a number of state funds, readiness, Alliance, and I'll talk more about Alliance and some potential changes that are happening, but the last two on that list are some of our private investments and partnerships that we have that also allow us to fund the operations of our schools. So that's kind of a summary of that. And then the final bucket is obviously the school lunch fund, which we'll talk about. And so this is where we fund most of our school lunch operations. It accounts for about 3% of the total financial resources required to fund the budget. This fund is intended to be self-sufficient, but as we've discussed for a number of reasons, it cannot be so if we are to provide equitable lunch programs to our students. And then the last piece, as far as the funding categories that the superintendent also mentioned, is the magnet funding, primarily that's allocated for some of our pathway programs or our lead programs. You can see that we continue to find sources to fund these programs. This is in addition to the school-based resources. It still does not meet the needs. If you look at the request this year, we have almost $2 million in request. We were only able to fund $1 million worth of projects through this process. As I mentioned before, we do have another $500,000 or so of magnet funding requests for our newly integrated IB programs that will be funded from Norwood. So we intend to fund those that way. So that's kind of a general overview of the budget and the process of the dollars. I want to spend some time to talk about the SBB process because, again, 85% of our budget is school-based, and so this is where most of the activity and most of the funding occurs. So essentially, the SBB process is a process where we need to reconcile, we meet with all principals and school leaders, we have finance staff, HR, instructional leadership, grant. The entire team basically gets together as a support of the schools, and we sit down and we chart out how do we fund the strategic priorities of the districts. And a good element of this SBB process is also involving the SGC, because they play a significant role in advising the school leadership. We present as finance to the SGC twice a year to just give them an overview of the SGC, of the SBB process so that they know how to perform this task, but they're also an integral part of budget development. So we look at things like enrollment, demographer data, we review rosters, we look at changes to curriculum, we look at new staff and enhancements, as the superintendent mentioned, we look at non-wage expenditures and all of those things that are required to run a school. We also take into account that sometimes enrollment fluxes. We based on projection, we have what we call a 0.5% holdback that we hold back and not fully fund the schools until October, November, when we actually have actual enrollment data. And then at that point, we release the balance of that funding depending on how the enrollment has taken shape within the school district. And so some key elements at the elementary school level, do you have a question?
You want to wait to the end or you?
I'm not.
In terms of the 0.5% holdback.
5.5.
Staffing, in terms of how schools achieve staffing the school year, based on what was approved. What happens if enrollment isn't hit and staffing is already in place based on what was approved the year before?
Those adjustments that will be incorporated, we don't see that big a fluctuation to where it would impact a classroom, a section that you'd have to reduce. Usually it's nominal changes amongst grades. You have 3 fewer kids here, 4 fewer kids there. But if it did get to that point where you had a section, you have a reduction in sections to where you don't have enough students to make those adjustments. In most instances, those adjustments are captured through the SBB process. For example, this year, through the projection process, we reduced a section of road because the numbers weren't there. So that's typically when you see those major shifts in enrollment. You typically don't see a big enough shift mid-year to impact the section.
So I think
like situations like Norwood High School, we have the influx.
That's what I was going to say.
How does that look in terms of how we respond to situations like that?
So, for example, I'll speak for this year because I was here when it happened, is usually when you have like, for example, an uptick in this instance, we had an uptick in Orakai, we didn't have a corresponding uptick in Rhineland Man. So usually that holdback reserve is enough to redistribute to make everyone whole. But you're right, you could get to an instance where you don't have enough funds held back, and at that point, the finance team and the superintendent, the curriculum team will get together again to determine how do we address this issue. Because you're right, you have this cost if you have to add additional teachers, for example, because you have more students, or to add a section to that group. It hasn't happened in recent history. It's not to say that it won't, it can't, it could, but we do have a budget process in place to address this.
And if it got to the observer moment that our budget couldn't fund it by reappropriating dollars, then we would have to make a special contribution request like we did a few years back when we had the enormous influx of MLO students into the district that were not anticipated and just.
So those are some of the changes at the elementary and middle school levels. At the high school levels, we continue to build our teachers at individual schools. We did allocate department expenditures, P-TECH and SEC, those are the kind of shared facilities with the respective high schools. We did align classes to program of study. We did modify some clerk roles, and again, we do have a 0.5% holdback based on that allocation. As far as materials, we do have a workbook allocation per student, math and science, $72 per pupil, $20 per pupil, and technology. So all of these things are embedded within the individual SBB budgets.
Sure, maybe this was discussed earlier, but why didn't we have a library media specialist at Jefferson?
That's a good question. So you could answer. Part of it has to do with staff spacing.
Way back, they had to choose a fourth special, they chose a STEAM teacher.
And one of the things that we did differently in this, but through the SBB process, is also looking at making sure that all of the elementary schools have digital media specialists, which is something that was not in place before. So one of the things that Mr. Aslani and I have been in conversation, and actually Dr. Case has been in these conversations as well, is building a staffing plan or staffing model where we look at what are some of the essential components that every elementary school should have, middle school and high school, and utilizing that as part of the SBB process, but also as we're thinking about funding requests for the upcoming school year that is based on those critical components that every school should have, because in many cases, and I think I've articulated this before, there are some essential elements of a school that have been missing for some time within our schools. For example, the interventionists, the coaches, the digital media specialists, having school counselors at the elementary school level are things that every school should have, that in many cases, schools have had to make sacrifices because of not having enough funding different funding sources to be able to fund it. And I think it's important as we build the upcoming school budget to have a staffing model that resembles all of the essential components that a school should have. And thinking about those elements as we make future requests moving forward.
I think the superintendent has eyes behind her head because she's read that slide right behind her.
Oh, I didn't even know. Did I go ahead?
Thank you, we've covered it.
Onward.
Did you have a question, Marianne?
No, I was just playing.
And so just briefly, and I'll get past this to talk on the per pupil spending at the high school level. One of the things that we did this year, the superintendent mentioned, is we transitioned MLL allocation from central office into the respective school budgets. And therefore, you will see that year over year, for example, in this chart, we're looking at the high school, the highlighted column is the per pupil spend at those respective high school at just over $10,000. The chart below shows what it was last year. And the reason you have the increase for a number of reasons. One is because we now include MLL as part of that as part of that calculation. What we also changed this year from prior years is that we used to account for benefits in a central bucket, not distributed within the individual program areas. This year, so each school will see our corresponding salaries and corresponding benefits so that we're fully accounting for that. So that's also one of the elements that's driving that. And so the same story holds true for the middle schools and for the elementary schools. We see a shift in that per pupil amount, primarily because we now account for MLL on the school-based budget and some of those other changes that we did just to more equitably show the true cost of running our school. So this is Columbus. And so one of the things that we did this year, as far as some of the assumptions, we did an MLL per pupil based on a research model. And again, as Dr. Estrella mentioned, Kristen and Francis, our MLL department spent many hours trying to figure this out. We also spent some conversation with folks nationally that have this planning model. Kristen and I met with them to kind of understand the best practices. We talked to folks in Florida, we talked to folks in North Carolina. These are some states that do this really well. We're fortunate to have a principal here, Nathan Hale, who's from Florida, so he was also instrumental in kind of telling us how they did it back there. So we did spend quite a bit of time researching the best way to do this. So we've incorporated that MLL into this year's budget, and so if you look at on the per pupil, we basically categorize our MLL students into 4 different categories: newcomers, /L1, level 2, and level 3, depending on the amount of intervention and support that they need. And each of those levels, we assign a dollar amount, and based on the number of students within that level at the school, the dollars follow the students at the school. And so there was quite a bit of research that went into this. And the next phase of this next year is doing the same for our SPED students. That's going to be a bit more involved because it is a bit more complex than MLL. So I think Kristen and I start that tomorrow morning.
She's not smiling right
No, she's not. I can see her. So on the next one. So what I really wanted to talk about now is a couple of slides just to talk about the future, because as we put FY23 to bed, we are truly beginning the discussion of FY24. And there are a number of things I think it's important that we start looking at today. So when it comes to insurance, we have 3 major insurance buckets. We have the first bucket is the workers' compensation bucket. We have the bucket that's called liability, auto, and then we also have our health insurance. The way that the city of Norwalk has managed our 3 buckets is the workers' compensation budget and the liability bucket has always been funded by the city. So we do not budget our dollars to contribute into these funds. We do it for the health insurance, but we don't do that for workers' comp, and we don't do that for the liability. Several years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, through the process of the audit, it was determined that these respective buckets had accumulated quite a bit of cash in them. And so, which made sense that rather than to continue contributing into these funds, we can begin the process of drawing down these funds when it gets to a certain level. So this slide, looking at the work comp, you can see what the city's contribution into these buckets were, but in 2022 and 2023, it wasn't necessary to do that because there was sufficient balances accumulated in them. Moving into FY24 and 25, we will get to a point where the city will have to start contributing to these funds again. And so I think it's important for us to recognize that, because although it's not related to the city's funding of the operating budget, but it will potentially become a discussion because it will be some additional resources that the city has to allocate for Board of Ed expenses. And that's why I bring it up. So we're okay on the work comp fund because it has sufficient balances, so it's not something to worry about, but I am concerned if I was to lose sleep, and I don't, but if I was to lose sleep, this is one that I would. The liability, auto, and property is one that is going to see a deficit at the end of FY23, and so the city is going to need to start contributing into this bucket next year as we're talking about the FY24 budget development. And I think it's going to come up that these are additional resources that the city has to provide. for the board head. And then the final one is obviously the medical. This is one that we actually do contribute into. We've talked about this year where we had an unexpected increase. You can see that the BOE contribution jumps from 26 to 42 million. This year we were able to do that because of the carryover funds. But what that means is that next year, when we're budgeting, we have to budget 2 million worth of increases. And that's going to be a significant chunk of money. And I'm not going to go over this slide because Sandra did a great job going over it. So this is the school lunch program. But I only bring this up because the last two bullets of each column is the support, right? So we, prior to FY21, we supported the school lunch fund to the tune of about $930,000, and next year we're projecting about $1 million support. The good thing is that, next slide, is that this year, as Ms. Fayos mentioned, we do have an ending balance that's sufficient to cushion the FY23 expenses with this new program. But that 1.3 million that's in the fund now, we will wipe that out in FY23. So when we talk about the FY24 budget, we're going to have to talk about how do we continue to fund this program. And so my final slide is essentially just looking ahead. So we're approving, hopefully, you're approving tonight a budget of 217 million. But the things that we know are going to come next year without making any changes, we know that the Sono Incubator is in this year for rollover funds, but next year we're going to have to fund it. It may not be 1.8 because there's some economies of scale, some shifting students, but there's going to be a number in there that we're going to have to factor in for next year. The school lunch program is one also that's in there that we also have to factor in for next year's budget. And obviously with the health insurance, we have 2 years of catching up to do on the local side. So that's there. And then obviously we have contractual salaries for teachers that's also factored in. So without and not included at the bottom any additional strategic initiatives, this doesn't take into account ESSER going away. We know that there's some upcoming changes with the Alliance District where we get $3 million, but we could potentially be seeing some changes there. That's still in the works, we don't know. But this is really just to kind of set us up and to provide context for what's coming.
And I think with the contractual obligations, like just keeping in mind that we're going to be starting negotiations soon. So those numbers could fluctuate as well. And several contracts have just been recently finalized. I think you approved one last week, and we have the nurses contract and a few others coming up as well. So those are some things we have to keep in mind as we think about that number. That number is definitely fluctuate.
So this is just a placeholder, just to kind of, what was that called?
So we're starting at about 5.9 for next year.
And that doesn't include everything.
And that doesn't include everything, and so that's, I don't want to scare people when in September.
I'm scared. Well, we need to
Normalize the number earlier.
Right.
I mean, one of the things that we have to keep in consideration, I think that we have to mention is the inflation rate and cost. Everything that we're trying to, that we need to purchase has increased as a result of many of these factors. The maintenance of our vehicles and has also increased. I mean, gas prices are skyrocketing. Heating our buildings is costing us more. There's a number of factors that we need to take into account next year that are not typical, but given the state of our economy right now, will have a meaningful impact in how we project our numbers moving forward, because things have exponentially increased at a rate that we have not seen in I think since the 70s.
Sure. Just going back to the liability slide.
Yes.
It makes sense that the city has sort of reduced their contribution because there was a fund balance there.
And they've been doing the same on the city side.
On the other side, yeah. I'm trying to understand how they got to the number of the contribution in each year. It went from like 800,000 to 7,500 to 1,300 to 400,000. It seems so random.
It is, there was a formula of a minimum threshold, and because it is a combined It's a combined fund, so we have 3 Board of Ed insurance buckets, and then there's corresponding 3 city buckets. So it's looked into totality, and so there was an ending balance for the total fund, and that's how we determined. So anyway, I'm happy to conclude my first school budget with you. It's been quite an experience. I did want to thank all the instructional leaders, part of the SPT. We have a great team, department heads, obviously superintendent's cabinet was extremely helpful in this process. And then last but not least, I did join an extremely talented technical budget team led by Kristen and her team. We also have Nina Laria, Joe Nicolia, Al Pulo, and Tori Walker that made up the budget team, and it's through their hard work and knowledge that allowed us to get to this point. So I did want to recognize that as well. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
to the
you.
entire team.
Thank you for working through this budget, coming right in the middle of it and being able to like close it out for the team. So,
Thank you.
that concludes the superintendent report. At 9:16.
Next one, we start at 5 p.m.
Listen, we're here.
Well, thank you, Dr. Trey, and everyone. Very, very robust report. We will now move on to the next item in the agenda. Usually we would approve personnel and minutes in one consent vote. There is a change to the personnel, and so we're going to vote on these separately. And on the personnel, we have been informed that Elizabeth Simmons has rescinded her resignation. She's staying with the district. And so I would like to invite a motion to approve personnel with the adjustment of removing Elizabeth Simmons from the list of resignations.
Move, Brown.
Thank you, Godfrey, seconded by Janine. All in favor of approving the amended personnel? Say aye, raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you. And so now we can approve the trips separately. Is there a motion to approve the school trips? Sherry, seconded by Mary Ellen. All in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Unanimous. Thank you. Is there your hand, Cheryl? Sign that. And then finally, we have the minutes from last board meeting, which were distributed with the agenda. Is there a motion to approve? Janine, seconded by Mary Ellen. All in favor? That's also unanimous. Okay, great. Now we can move on to our action items for tonight, starting with the approval of the fiscal year 23 operating budget reconciliation. Again, thanks to Linda and the entire team for getting us to this point. It has been a long process, but it's been fruitful. So, motion to approve the budget. Mary Ellen, thank you, seconded by Godfrey. Is there any further discussion on the budget? What more is to be said? Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor of approving the FY23 budget, please say aye, raise your hand. That's also unanimous. Okay, got a budget. Thank you. Next item is the approval of the collective bargaining agreement for the United Federation of Technicians, 72, supporting the AFSA, CFSA, and AFL-CIO, the period 7/1/22 to 6/30/27. Is there a motion to approve? Godfrey, seconded by Diana. Is there any discussion on this particular motion?
I want to share a few highlights, to this contract, going into this few things that made us achieve the desired outcome together with tech union. Looking at the roles and responsibilities that IT have and understanding how it's evolving. Some of the biggest accomplishments I would point out is that the change of current member titles, while it may not be that noticeable, to establish new clear job descriptions that correlate to each role. This helped provide a route for growth. ability for the district to have members really understand their positions uniformly and contribute to the overall goals of the district was something we really wanted to put at the forefront and acknowledge again as a huge accomplishment. Another significant change was the salary schedule. Prior to the change, there was 2 scheduled, no clear reason behind it. Left members on different schedules creating pretty big inequity. Our goal was to retain our IT personnel who worked tremendously hard and have done so much for the district, so many counties and families. Therefore, we streamlined the salary, made it consistent, aligned it with the program working time in order to effectively have a clear schedule, provide slight salary increases which respond to the cost of living, compared to other IT and development stations of the community. We did address the possibility of job elimination and public imprisonment to allow members to come back at a decreased pay. Because of continual involvement, we added language to Article 23 to create good processes to adjust professional growth in a way that is fair, but does not create a burden on the district, create levels to determine if certain projects qualifications allow for changes in salaries. We also changed this for a 5-year contract. So I thought it was important to just acknowledge a union that's oftentimes overlooked, just highlight the collaborative process to our executing this contract.
So it's going to be a 2.5 bump, it's a 5-year contract, so that 2.5 is per year or for the entire, right? It's not for the entire 5 years, it's 2.5 per year bump up, right?
Well, Seth, would you be able to answer that question concretely? I don't want to get the round answer.
Yeah, I think it's probably per year.
Sorry to call you up, I know you do so much.
Hey, everyone. That would be health insurance, 2.5 would be for this coming year.
Right.
Then there's a 2%.
Oh, okay.
It ends with a 2.5.
Okay.
But they are getting an increase.
Per year, that's not
per
per 5, right? Yeah.
And we also made an increase, there was a change in the travel allowance.
Yeah.
And also, besides the travel, there was one more thing.
I think I saw that was from
They're also going to be able to get credits, and through those credits, they'll be able to move up the step.
Right, I saw that. Mm-hmm.
So there is some wiggle room and there's some growth, and
right.
in the salaries, there were some added steps,
mm-hmm.
so that they just would not feel like they're stuck. And it's competitive, so that they're equal to other districts. And we're always giving them kudos, right? We always appreciate technology, and this is our way to say,
got that right.
That's right. We appreciate that, and I'm sure they will be very appreciative of that too.
Thank you for leading around this.
Not a problem. Thank you all for your support.
Other questions about okay. I also want to thank Godfrey for leading our personnel committee and really being the board's eyes, ears, and voice through these conversations that are not always easy, but it sounds like we got to the right place at this one. So thank you. If there are no other questions, there is a motion. I can call for a vote to approve this contract. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you. I'll sign it right now. Next, we have the approval of the food service contract extension with Chartwells. That's going to be effective 7/1/22. This, I believe, is a 1-year contract extension that we do annually.
Yes.
So it's a 1-year review, it's part of the NPS, and it requires us to review it on a yearly basis, even though our overall contract with Chartwells is for longer than a year. And it does take into account, we moved forward as if we were going to submit the application for CEP. Presumptions.
That's
but-
fair.
Okay, so you'll see those numbers reflected.
Thank you for that context. All right, well, I'll call for a motion to approve this contract extension of Charcoals. Seconded by Godfrey. Is there any quick discussion on this contract extension? And again, I think we all agree that the CEP application makes a lot of sense in many ways, so thank you for pursuing that. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving, please say aye or raise your hand. That's also unanimous, thank you. Keeping with the contracts, next we have the approval of mailroom services contract proposal with Canon Solutions America Incorporated. First, I'll ask for a motion to approve. Diana, seconded by Sherry. And then, do we need any additional context on this? This is our mailroom services contract.
Just for the entire district, or just for central office, this contract? This.
It's for interoffice.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Great, is there any questions about it? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. And that's unanimous. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, next we have a proclamation recognizing June as LGBTQ Pride Month. I'll read it into the record and then call for a motion. Recognition says, the Norwood Board of Education and Norwood Public Schools are pleased to recognize June as LGBTQ Pride Month. By proclaiming June as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Pride Month, the Board of Education welcomes and supports all students, staff, and families, no matter their gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation. The Board of Education and Norwood Public Schools administrators, educators, and staff are committed to providing a safe, respectful, and inclusive learning environment for all. We believe that encouraging greater acceptance and support for all youth, including those who are perceived to be LGBTQ, will make communities, schools, and other settings safer, better places for all students. Pride Month is celebrated each year in June to coincide with the events of June 1969, when patrons and supporters of the Stonewall Inn in New York City resisted the persecution to which LGBTQ Americans were commonly subjected. This moment in history is regarded as the beginning of a movement to outlaw discriminatory laws and practices against LGBTQ Americans. Today, LGBTQ Pride Month celebrations include pride parades, picnics, parties, workshops, symposia, and concerts, attracting millions of participants around the world. In NPS classrooms this month and throughout the year, students discuss LGBTQ people and their struggles to achieve equity and justice in all aspects of their lives. They are learning about important LGBTQ people in history and reading literature that features LGBTQ people. By recognizing June as LGBTQ Pride Month, the Board of Education encourages all students, staff, and families to learn more about the challenges that the LGBTQ community have faced throughout history, as well as the LGBTQ Americans who have contributed to and shaped culture, business, government, and other aspects of society. We encourage all to join us in creating a welcoming culture of awareness, acceptance, and inclusion for all. And I'll add on a personal level, this kind of recognition is personally important to folks like myself and my husband, and I am incredibly grateful for a school district that prioritizes this kind of inclusion and equity. And I'll note that my colleagues on the board and the superintendent are all wearing our pronouns today in recognition that everyone has a gender identity and that we should not assume anything about anyone. So I'll call for a motion to officially make this Karen, thank you, seconded by Janine. I don't know if there's other comments or discussion on this particular recognition.
Long time coming, good thing.
Why not? Okay, then I will.
Actually, just one comment on our general theme of trying to help teenagers in such a difficult year and such a difficult time. I feel that fair that was this last weekend, I ran into a number of teenagers, freshmen, juniors, seniors, and talking with them, I could just feel their joy. And you know, joy is the opposite of depression. So I mean, we want that for all of our young people. Good.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Marilyn. You know, I've heard from people. I happened to be in Greenwich of all places where they raised a pride flag this weekend, and you know, some people say that those kinds of things are merely symbolic. And the fact is, symbols matter. Words matter. When we call out things like gender identity and sexual orientation, we are really making our intentions known to our students and staff and families that everybody is welcome. And I don't think it overstates it to say that it may be saving a life or just. So.
Yes.
On that note, all in favor of this Pride Month recognition, please say aye or raise your hand. And I'll see unanimous.
If I could raise my hand, I would.
We'll take it. Okay, thank you. I'm also wearing my pride shoes, you can't see them. Okay, so moving on, we have next the approval of job descriptions and title changes in the district. And I'll invite Dr. Shrey to give us a little bit of context around that.
So we've been in conversation with NASA regarding the CISD role and transitioning that role to an assistant principal for instruction. Also the elimination of, wait, I have to find the document, I'm sorry. Also, the assistant instructional leader role, we're looking to eliminate that role, and for that particular role, because it would encompass a significant adjustment to the roles and responsibility. That particular role will be eliminated, and new roles will be created under the traditional assistant principal role that will be posted, and candidates will have to apply. But for the curriculum and instruction site directors, we're doing a title shift to assistant principal of instruction, because the duties and responsibilities mirror each other very closely. There is no need to have the individuals in those current roles in the partial. And the NASA president has signed. So the last step is to approve.
Great, thank you for that. Are there any questions from board members? I'll just say that, you know, again, I really appreciate the work that, the ongoing work in aligning our district practices to be consistent and also instruction focused. So this is all part of it. If there's no other questions, I'll call for a motion to approve these job description and title changes. Sherry, seconded by Diana. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. And that's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. And finally, under actions tonight, we have authorization for the superintendent to temporarily approve transfers in excess of $10,000 related to the closeout of fiscal year 22 district budget. This is a memo that's in the packet. This is an approval that we have generally approved annually, so that's our central office can close the books by June 30th. So I'm not sure if there's any further discussion.
Is it always the same number? I guess does it change? Is it always about, it's always about that number, right?
Yes, generally the board needs to approve any transfer above $10,000.
Yeah.
So this is a temporary approval for the superintendent. One thing I'll add is Linda said to us in finance is that all of these transfers that are going to be approved to reconcile the year-end budget will come before the board for full disclosure in September.
In September.
Yeah.
Want to move? Ready to
Oh, yes, yeah. So motion by Sherry, is there a second? Mary Ellen? Okay, just no further questions or discussion. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That's unanimous again. Oh, I think that's the last action item for tonight. And so thanks to everyone for their presentations tonight. We're going to go into information and reports, starting with our May 22 financial report. Boom, you're back about that. We will take no news as good news.
Oh, yes.
This was a report delivered to us in finance last week. It was included in our report packet. And if any board members have any questions, if not, happily move on to any committee representative reports, any committees that were not represented in tonight's agenda. If you want to give us a heads up as to what you're working on, what might be coming down the pike, now's your chance. Oh, it's only 9:30, come on.
Go on, Diana.
I will just note for the record, this was emailed to us earlier this week, and I think will be shared with our colleagues on the council. We do have now a schedule for our fiscal year 24 budget approval process. No, 23, 24, actually. Which we are going to start in September, so brace yourselves. And then finally, we have an opportunity for any board member announcements, anything that's going on with you personally that you want to share. You're invited to.
Do we want to talk about the kind invitation that we got? Do you want to talk about the kind invitation that we got from one of our council members for us to be able to?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good idea, right? Yes, I like.
So a member of the council had invited all of us to come together sometime next month to have a picnic together. And it's just going to be a social. We're not doing any politicking. But I thought it was a good way for us to be able to come together outside of budget time and just to be able to, share some food and drink. So just thought I'd let everybody know that.
Absolutely. I think, we have been around some of those opportunities to just get together socially because of COVID. And so now that we are able to do some more, I think this would be a great picnic. And we do want to reiterate legally, there will be no city business week.
Right. No
city business. Just a comment that maybe the efficiency study might have been an inspiration.
Yeah.
The concept of us getting together socially just to get to know each other. I remember Betty, was that her name? Mm-hmm. Saying she can't legislate good cheer between people, but that's important for us to work as a whole unit in the town, in our city, to get to know each other. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
We're all pretty cool, so it's
for me, I know that some of us were part of different boards, and I was I am two boards, Co-op Mutual Aid and the Parents Club, and this year it was great to be able to fundraise and be able to give out scholarships. Mm-hmm. So that was big, because I know that you, Mary Ellen, you did that too, and to see the joy of the students and happiness that, they have won something to be able to continue with their studies.
Oh, okay, so maybe I could say something here. I had an opportunity to give out a scholarship in my brother's name, who recently passed away. And it came about because some of his neighbors came to me and said, listen, wouldn't it be nice, your brother gives so much of his professional life off time to the Norwood school system and the Norwood greater community. And I thought, hey, that's a nice idea. So I found out how to do it and went to some of the award I went to the award evening in Norwalk High School, and the award went to two people, and one was not there because he was sick. So what I'm getting to is yesterday, I sat down with him and we had a Zoom, and I told him more about my brother and how his whole life was about the friends he made when he was 8, 9, and 10 years old. And as life went on, he decided to stay in Norwalk. Many of these friends became his law partners on East Norwalk, Zulu, Flaherty, and Turney. And that one of his first law partner went to Norwalk High, and became the Supreme Court Justice in the state of Connecticut. So just little Norwalk created all these amazing dreams of making a contribution. And so then we were paying it forward to this young man that I was sharing, the main thing was friends. So.
What a great memory to your brother, too.
My brother, if I could say his name, Tom Flaherty.
Will be an annual scholarship?
We'll see.
It's very cool.
I'll just share on the topic of being on different boards. Some folks know I also serve on the board of an organization called Triangle Community Center. They committed our cool pins tonight. And I just want to thank everyone for what was, I think, one of our best celebrations of Pride in the Park ever. Last Saturday, we had about 7,500 people show up throughout the day. Great weather, great performances, great vibes, as the kids said. So, happy Pride.
The love was on.
Incredible partners to us.
Great partners. One last thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to forget that we had the most wonderful time at Calf Pasture. The picnic for all the Norwalk Public School employees. Was there any idea how many people came? It was a beautiful day,
We had,
beautiful
the
food.
last count that I received yesterday, we had approximately 300 that took meal tickets, based on the staff that was supporting that work. We probably had more people there because some people didn't pick up the tickets for meals, and that's what we were using to count.
I was thinking around 400, yeah.
Yeah, so we were probably close to 400 when we take into account those that didn't take the meals.
That was wonderful.
And I was gonna say, it was overwhelmingly positive what we heard from the staff that was there about how appreciative they were that we took the time or engage in such an event for them, to celebrate them at the end of the school year. So it was a very positive thing.
They deserved it.
And a great note to go into the next section of our agenda, in which we have a discussion with our legal counsel regarding board policy updates and recommendation, for which we are going to suggest we go into executive session if there's a motion to do so. Sherry, seconded by Janine. All in favor of going into executive session for this part of the agenda, please say aye or raise your hand. Yeah. Yeah. That's our center.
So, Bruce, we will need to have one for each one. So the executive session. Thanks.
You're joining us.
Did you get,
Yes, I did.
Carolyn? Good.
You know, I saw a lot of that, yes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of repetition there.
You're back?
Yep.
Okay, good. Welcome back. We are back from the executive session. And based on our conversation, I am going to request a motion one, to amend tonight's agenda to add one action item. The item will read as follows. Move to adopt model policies provided by legal counsel, and further, move to rescind current policies, and further, move that the policy committee be charged with reviewing policies and recommending supplementary policies as appropriate. A motion to add that agenda, and a second by Godfrey. All in favor of adding it to the agenda? Okay. Added. Now, can somebody please make that motion as I just read? Diana, seconded by Mary Ellen. Is there any further discussion? I will just add, just for the public record, that this motion is being made as a continuation of the work that the policy committee has been doing in their policy meetings, and is, in my opinion, a first step in our continued work to make our policies as up-to-date and appropriate as possible. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the motion as read, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
And it's unanimous. Thank you. And on that note, we return to our regularly scheduled agenda, which is move to adjourn at 11:01.
I make a motion.
Motion, all in favor. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks for sticking around.
Thank you.